Good morning, it's Friday. Welcome to Midnight's Edge. Hope everybody's doing well. This morning we got with us Lucifer Storm. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm not too bad, man, not too bad. How the devil art thou?
Well, pun intended, I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good, that's what I like to hear. And how's Andre doing?
I'm also good. Thanks for asking. And thank Lucifer, I guess. So yeah, how about yourself?
Didn't think you'd be saying that already this morning.
Some people would consider it too early to start the devil worshipping. I say it's never too early. Never.
For those of you who may not know our guest, his name is Lucifer Storm. He has his own channel. I'm sharing that link right now in the chat. But
it's also in the description of the channel,
yes.
like always.
Excellent.
And he also has a book coming out that we'll ask him about here in a little bit as well. So we'll also share that link. I'm sure is also in the description, and we'll be sharing in the chat here momentarily. But yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself, Lucifer, real quick, and then we'll get into your book.
Yes, absolutely. As we've already mentioned, my name is Lucifer Storm. I'm an award-winning independent graphic novelist from the UK. I'm also a British person. I do apologize. That's not your fault. We will get through this problem together. I promise you it'll be okay. And yeah, I also have a YouTube channel where I teach people about how to write comics. I interview independent comic book creators, and I've also got an open mic show called Lucifer's Lounge, where independent creators and YouTubers and like web comic artists, they can come on and they've got 6 minutes to pitch whatever it is they want to let people know about.
Very cool. That's very, very cool indeed.
Thank you.
And let's see who else we have here. We have quite a nice crowd gathering already. We have Toe786 is here. Dark King, recent members here. We have quite a few recent members after we launched yesterday. So thank you for becoming members and subscribing, everyone. We also have Geordie Leons, who is clear Hail the UK, which is brilliant. Stephanie Yanisek Smuggler's Cantina says good morning for $3.99. Thank you so much for that. And Cultured Casino says the move by Netflix with first look and 18-month exclusive streaming is huge. Disney Plus is going to struggle for content not produced by them. Hold that thought, because we are going to get into that very, very soon. We also have Mike Cat here, who says greetings all. And Daddy Dreet, of course, has to comment, highball with the devil. And we also have our members that take good use of our new custom emoticons, which is very, very cool. And Spider Unlimited, also new member, says hail all, which echoes what the Ghost is saying. And Dark King is also showing off some of the new custom emojis. So that's very, very cool.
Hey, that's me.
Bug with Honey Eyes King is King says, I died. Yeah, but where did you end up? Taking a look at the screen. So that's the question right there.
Uh-oh.
And we have a couple of other super chats that I want to go through right away. We can't bring everything up on screen, but I can bring them up here in the back room. And today we also have Mike and Ayers, who says, well, maybe I can bring it up on screen. Let's see. 1 second. Nope, I can't bring it up on screen, so I'm going to read it up from here. Mike and Ayers says for $4.99, is Sony snubbing Disney Plus when Disney doesn't stream films they don't own? Spectacular Spider-Man and MTV Spider-Man aren't there either. And Stephen Otten says, hail Tom, Andre, Lucifer, Wrenches, and everyone in the chat. Bruce Campbell was in Congo and buy Mandy's book.
Yes, yeah,
And
get
by
into the
Lucifer
spider
Storm.
business. Yeah, and speaking of, take a quick look at that. You want to tell us real quick about the book that you got up here, Lady Satan, an angel in a killer's dress.
Yes, I can give you the quick pitch because I've practiced it that many times. I'll probably fly through it. So, Lady Satan, an angel in a killer's dress, is a unique tale of revenge that takes elements of the horror genre and the thriller genre and blends them together with a noir aesthetic to create a truly haunting, character-driven story. The story of Lucille, who is a stripper from France who was abducted to be the lead in a snuff film, but she did one thing that no one else has done. She survived, and because of this she becomes the vigilante Lady Satan, and she goes from town to town taking down small-time crooks. However, she finds herself upon British soil where she discovers that the man that abused her in front of the camera is a high-ranking British police officer who is under investigation from the MI5. So she has one chance and one chance only to exact her revenge.
Awesome. And we got the trailer playing there in the background so people can see that. So yeah, check that out. We'll share the link in the chat as well. And hopefully you can get your hands on that for those who are interested in some independent comics, which you wrote and did the art for, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I've done the writing. I've done the artwork. I have a guy called John Wakefield, who's the editor on the book. And there's going to be a foreword written by Robert Geronimo from Old Turner Comics.
Awesome. The script says that's a solid pitch. He's not just saying that because he knows
coming from him. That means something.
Yes, absolutely. I spent a little bit of time talking with Script the other day, and it was fucking amazing. If you don't mind me saying so.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes. So yeah, every aspiring writer and creator out there, if you need like some professional advice, look up both Script Doctor and Kamran Pasha. They both have professional services to that end, which I hear is very well worth it from multiple sources. So yeah.
And we got this super chat we can bring up right now.
Yeah, Jody Leons says, "Hail chat and our members." Indeed. So thank you to everyone for becoming members, those of you that have that. And for those that haven't, we now offer memberships with some very cool exclusive perks.
Speaking of members, here's Dark King that says, "Hail, rain, and snow to Midnight's Edge. Congo!"
And Lord Trinnan says, "Hail, here's hoping for a fun stream and looking forward to the new membership perks. For your information, I pronounce it Trinnan, like Triforce."
So Trinan.
Lord Trinan. Okay. Lord Trinan. I shall try to remember that.
Or Lord Trident. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And with that, what say you we jump into today's first main topic, which of course is Sony having found an exclusive deal for streaming, and it's not with Disney Plus. Tom, do you have the story, and can you take us through it?
I do, and ironically, we brought this up a few times as the probability of what would happen. But I'm going to run through the variety version of the story real quick for everybody. Sony Pictures moves movie output deal from Starz to Netflix in rich pact. Netflix has emerged the winner of a nearly 2-year auction for the exclusive U.S. rights to stream Sony Pictures' theatrical release in a first pay TV window, starting with the studio's 2022 slate. Be sure to make a note of that. Netflix has also set a first look agreement with Sony for all the studio's original movies produced for the direct-to-streaming market. The deal also requires Netflix to commit to a certain number of titles from the studio, but it doesn't stop Sony from selling direct-to-streaming titles to Netflix rivals. In that case, however, Netflix would have to pass on the project for Sony to be able to sell it to another streamer. That is also a very important paragraph there, actually. As part of the pact, Netflix will license an unspecified number of older titles from Sony's movie vault. Sony Pictures' primary pay TV partner has been Starz, now owned by Lionsgate since 2006. I don't even know where I got 2003 from. The new theatrical output deal with Netflix, which only covers the U.S., is believed to run about 5 years and is undoubtedly worth hundreds of millions of dollars to the studio over the term. Industry sources said Sony executives are working on another significant theatrical movie licensing pact outside the Netflix agreement. That is another thing to keep in mind. Netflix already had a deal with Sony Pictures for all the animated releases, starting with next year's slate. All movies from the various film banners on the Culver City lot, including Columbia, Sony Classics, Screen Gems, and TriStar, will stream exclusively on Netflix after their theatrical and home entertainment releases. That promises to bring Netflix future installments of the Spider-Man, Venom, and Jumanji franchises, among others. The Pay One window usually begins about 9 months after a film's theatrical release, although that timetable may have been sped up for Netflix and overall for everybody, but we'll get into that. Over the course of the pandemic, Sony has sold multiple slate titles to Netflix outright, including Kevin Hart's Fatherhood and animated films Mitchell vs. the Machines and Wish Dragon. Sony Pictures is a great partner, and we're thrilled to expand our relationship through this forward-thinking agreement, said Netflix global film head Scott Stuber. This not only allows us to bring their impressive slate of beloved film franchises and new IP to Netflix in the U.S., but it also establishes new source of its run films for Netflix movie lovers worldwide. I can't even talk this one. Sources familiar with the deal said the pact will amount to a record-setting price tag for pay one, blah 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 blah. More garbage. I don't think there's really anything else in here we need to touch on overall. But yeah,
we have some numbers there towards the very end, which
Netflix, we already kind of knew this, has about 74 million US subscribers out of the 204 million worldwide.
Does that mean that Netflix has fewer subscribers in the US than Disney Plus?
Potentially, but I don't know how.
Because to me, that sounds weird. That sounds off.
Yeah, that does sound off.
Yeah. Because we have been told that that Disney Plus now have more than 100 million subscribers in the US, and then Netflix all of a sudden has 74. I would imagine that if Disney at some point actually bypassed Netflix, even though just in the US, there would be huge headlines stating that as a fact. But here we have one number now saying that Netflix has 74 million in the US, and we have earlier heard that Disney Plus has now more than 100 million. And we haven't heard a celebration that Disney Plus has overtaken Netflix in the US. Something here isn't right.
That's right in the numbers, unless this is the first time Netflix has ever revealed that the exact number of that 200 million is US subscribers. That could be the case.
Yeah, I don't know what is right here, but something here. Also, Marky Garnett said that Doomcock said that the rumor is that Disney Plus has 87 million, which still would mean that they have overtaken Netflix. So something ain't right here.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. You would have thought that there would have been parades, bells, whistles, the whole works. I mean, what Disney wanted the moment they unleashed Disney Plus was to be the #1 streaming service. And if they've got that much more than what Netflix has, then surely that puts them above every other service out there.
Unless that number is Disney's worldwide number.
That of course could be. That could be, but
in the US they might only have like 50 or 60 million.
Yeah, Iggy Alexander says that Disney has around 40 million US subscribers.
That's what I thought. That's very close to what I just said.
Fine. But then we're okay. Yeah.
At the same time, though, I mean, we do have to point out. I know at one point Netflix had a lot more than that, and that they've lost a lot of subscribers over the past year, especially due to the Disney Plus deal, Warner pulling a lot of their stuff. So we kind of predicted this was going to happen in the beginning of the streaming war, that this was going to kind of be a part of it. So this really does kind of put in places where we know that the key players are going to be now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if Netflix actually loses more along the way, because they're already trying to find a way of cracking down on password sharing, which I'm sure there's lots of people that aren't happy about that. You know, there's a lot going on there, and of course their prices are going to eventually go up again. If they're losing subscribers, they're going to be like, shit, we need to make up the loss somewhere, so we're just going to bump it up, even if it's by a couple of bucks, and that's going to make a lot of people go, no, I don't want to touch this. And of course, like censorship issues as well, because wasn't it Netflix that censored Back to the Future Part 2, and like there was loads of people who were like, what the hell are you doing?
They claimed it was an accident, but
they claim that they got
accident.
censored. They said so, but who knows what's the truth behind that. But what is true is that they are losing loads of content, and of course one way to fight back is to increase prices. As you say, it's not a great way of doing it, but it's one way. A better way, of course, is to find new original content to replace what they've lost, and that is what this deal is all about. Here they now suddenly have like a first look deal on a ton of Sony output. Now, Lucifer, what are your first thoughts on that? Do you think that Sony content is a potentially good fit with the Netflix?
I think a better question up front would be, what Sony products do you consider a big deal? I mean, do you know of any Sony products that come to mind right offhand? And then get into the main question there, I would say.
Well, the two are connected.
How lucrative of a deal is this? Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. Because if I'm right, they haven't really mentioned like a specific number that Netflix and Sony have landed on. When I think of Sony, the first two properties that come to my mind are Ghostbusters and Spider-Man. And I just have a hard time believing that this deal includes Spider-Man, because they haven't mentioned specific numbers. You know, I don't think Disney are going to let Spider-Man go to Netflix that easily. I'm sure that there's probably meetings going on where it's Sony, Netflix, and Disney, and they're trying to battle it out, going, no, we want Spider-Man on our streaming service and stuff. Ghostbusters could be a great pull for Netflix, but that will really depend on how this new Ghostbusters movie goes down. If Afterlife comes out and people are like, oh no, this is a train wreck, then I don't think this is going to, like, this deal sounds like a win for Sony more than it does Netflix, if you ask me.
Good point. Well, and the thing with Spider-Man is they do own distribution on that. And I believe the first two Spider-Man movies so far are on Netflix right now. They're the only MC movie.
Yes, they are on Netflix right now. We can. There is one reference to Spider-Man in this whole article, just one, and I'm going to read that sentence where it appears. Netflix already had a deal with Sony Pictures for all of its animated releases. Now, by implication, it doesn't say so, but by implication, this would include Into Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I was going to say that premiered on there as well.
Moving on with the article. Starting with next year's slate, all movies from the various film banners on the Culver lot, including Columbia Pictures, Sony Pictures Classics, Screen Gems, and TriStar Pictures, will stream exclusively on Netflix after their theatrical and home entertainment releases. Now, let's pause there for 1 second. Well, actually, let's not. Continues. That promises to bring to Netflix future installments of the Spider-Man, Venom, and Jumanji franchises, among others. Two things there. First one is that it will stream exclusively on Netflix after, one, their theatrical, and two, home entertainment releases. Now, home entertainment releases, I take it that this must mean like DVD and Blu-ray.
Yeah. And VOD is now considered a home entertainment release.
Yeah, there you go. So it's not going to be that exclusive to Netflix. It's stream exclusively after everyone has gotten it elsewhere.
And I don't know if this is going to be your next point, Andre, but the one that sticks out to me most is the 2022 slate. Yes. Ghostbusters and Spider-Man are both slated to come out this year, not next year.
Exactly.
So that doesn't mean that they necessarily have a deal for those. Now, chances are they probably do.
Here's the thing, though, that in the case of Spider-Man, it is released this year, but it's in December, if memory serves me right. So the home media release that has to precede the Netflix release is going to be 2022.
Correct. Yeah.
But even if Spider-Man does, like I said, that won't be anything new because Sony owns the distribution rights. So like the only deal they have with Disney, I believe, is just the theatrical gross. I don't think it has anything to do with videos or after the fact, from my recollection. But I don't know the exact deal.
Yeah, and as far as I know, and I could be mistaken on this one, a big part of the deal is Sony has to take their slate or their movies to Netflix first and say, do you want these? And Netflix basically has first refusal rights. So they can turn around and be like, we saw how that did at the box office. That's really not going to help us get new subscribers. No, you go sell it to another streamer. That's fine.
No, and that's a very good point as well. And the other bit that it brings up in countering that, though, it does say that Netflix is required to take a specific amount, even though they don't specify the number. And they also have first right to refusal, like you said. So, like, yeah, they can go around and say, oh, Jumanji, we'll take that one. We'll take Ghostbusters. Oh, this thing you did here, whatever it was, the whatever the movie they got coming up that turns out, let's say the third or fourth Jumanji movie, whatever they're on now, doesn't do as well. And they're like, screw that. We don't want that. No, like that kind of a thing. I mean, or Men in Black. That was another one they did recently that really screwed the pooch. But
yes, exactly. And let's not forget, it did mention it also included like some of their like sister companies or sister studios. So Columbia TriStar and Screen Gems. If I remember correctly, Screen Gems were the people responsible for the Resident Evil movies.
I believe so, yes.
So I wouldn't mind betting that most of the content that's being created by like the sister studios is more for a mature audience. Netflix has probably signed this deal because they're probably losing a lot of subscribers who are like, hey, we've got kids. We want stuff that we can enjoy when the kids are in bed, but we also need to shut the kids up. And what better way to do it than you stick on the streaming service, you find whatever show that they love the most, stick that on for 3 hours. They're happy. They're going to stay out of trouble. So they probably want more child orientated or all ages orientated content, especially as like a lot of the Netflix exclusive stuff that they're making seems to be for like teens and above or for like 18 and over kind of thing. So having a deal with Sony will really help them with that.
That is a good point. And there's another bit I wanted to grab too in there. But they already had a deal for the animated films, and I'm sure that deal was made right away when they lost the deal with Disney because I don't know if it was this article or one of the other articles I read did bring up that Netflix had a deal with Disney like this for many years, and then Disney pulled out of it when they decided they were going to do Disney Plus. And that's when, Netflix panicked, and they made the deal with Sony for their animated films. And the other part of this, though, to the adult side of this thing that you just brought up, though, Lucifer, is interesting because this also will probably give them access to do like TV shows and made for movies like based on their video game properties over at Sony. I'm sure that, you brought up Resident Evil. That'll be something I'm sure that Sony will be very interested in trying to get going with Netflix. I don't know how much this has to do with TV shows possibly, but definitely probably movies based on the video game properties they have. What do you think, Andre and Lucifer, on that?
Yeah, I want to give it to Lucifer first.
Okay.
Hear what you have to say.
I do think... I think things with like Spider-Man and stuff, they'll probably try and do a big focus on Spider-Man. I wouldn't be surprised if Netflix were like, hey, we've got your animated content. We've got Into the Spider-Verse here. We know you're making a sequel to Into the Spider-Verse. There's still years before that comes out. How about we work on a little animated show of Into the Spider-Verse or with any of the other Spider-Man characters? Let's bring that in, and that would really help with them as well. I do think they will put a lot of emphasis on their computer game catalog because, like, how many people do you meet nowadays who don't have a PlayStation or an Xbox? Okay, I'm probably one of the only people. I'm the exception to that rule. I'm not a gaming guy, but there's
unless you're like Andre and I, and we have one, but we don't use it for gaming.
Exactly. I'm very proud to have been one of the first people in the world to have gotten the PlayStation 2 before it was released. It was a great DVD player.
Yes, it was, strangely enough, wasn't it? But also think about this, like Netflix did the Witcher TV show, which I still haven't
Right.
seen, but I've not met one person who's got a bad thing to say about that show. So if they can really crack that nut of like taking computer game properties or video game properties and bringing them either to live action or animated on Netflix, hey, they're onto a winner there, because the video game industry is like a multi-billion-dollar industry, and if they've got Sony on their side, then they've got a huge catalog that they can go to and go, okay, let's tackle this one next.
Andre.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. First and foremost, I think that this deal benefits Sony more than it benefits Netflix, because Sony just got a lifeline. Now they can structure their organization around this for the next few years, and they're fine. They're solid. They don't have to worry. It's all good. They now have funding. Everything is awesome. As for Netflix, I'm sure that they are probably going to want some video game properties. And the beauty with Sony is that they have so many properties in their video game library. You have kids games that they can develop into animated series. So keep the parents happy while the kids are at bay, more or less. And not only do you have the Resident Evil thing that they're in the process of rebooting, but you have the rest of the Sony library. And Sony has a very extensive game library. Not one that I care about personally, because I checked out after the Sega Mega Drive, like Sega Saturn at the most. But you see there, Read by Nature says Revenge by Shinobi, and that's one for Paramount Plus to enjoy, because they are the ones that have the relationship with Sega. But this thing here right now, Sony are in a better position to now ramp up production on new gaming IP fast.
Yep, certainly. And obviously they've got Morbius coming out, which is related to the Spider-Man, and there's going to be a Venom sequel. The other thing that people seem to overlook, including myself, I've only just remembered this, is they have a deal with Valiant Comics. Now, okay, Bloodshot with Vin Diesel didn't exactly go down too well, but
they can blame the pandemic on that one, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can.
Exactly. And there's still lots of characters in the Valiant universe. Valiant may not be Marvel or DC or Image or Vertigo, but they still have a solid, loyal fan base who are so eager to see their characters come to the big screen. So, as you were saying, I think like Sony, they win in this whole situation. Netflix is just behind them. To me, the only loser I can see is Lionsgate. They're right at the bottom crying. Because what have they got? Like, they've got Saw and Hunger Games, and that's about it, really.
John Wick.
Yeah, that's true.
But not John Wick. They are not John Wick, but Lionsgate. They are in the position that they have one or two options. They either have to put themselves out to be acquired by someone else and get so the heads of the company gets a good deal and can retire afterwards, and everyone else working there are shit out of luck, or they can try to aim for a deal like what Sony got right now, so that they can be a pure content producer with a funding and distribution agreement. And that's kind of like where I saw like the entertainment industry moving when the streaming war started for real. It's going to be like a winner takes it all game between those that have the opportunity to put out a streaming service, whereas everyone else that can't be among like those top 2, 3, 4 services, they're going to have to restructure their business to become pure content creators. Like all of those like mini studios that they make movies for, like Ghost House Pictures, and like all of those like things that you see in logos, the ones that actually make the movies that are released under Warner and Sony, whatever. Sony and Lionsgate are going to become like that. They're going to become like a distributor that works for another distributor,
like a mini major, basically.
They're going to go down from a major to mini major,
and again,
that's fine.
And I don't know how much of this is going to have to do with any television stuff, because I don't think that's even mentioned here. So I don't think it is. But no, I think there's a lot of ripe ground for that mid-level film, because we know Paramount's doing that for Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
Disney's obviously doing that on their own for their own service. And if Sony can take advantage of that, which is, the straight to video market, basically is what we used to call it.
Yeah.
And that's all. It's just become the streaming market now, or whatever, the straight to streaming market.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of stuff that they can, bounce off of and work with. I mean, as you pointed out, Andre, I mean, the Columbia back catalog is actually pretty good. It's not great, but it's pretty good. You've got some pretty big films in there. Some, ones offhand, of course, the Ghostbuster and Men in Black and those kind of franchises. But you also have things from like everything from La Bamba, which is something that comes up often recently with Latino Slant. And you have Stand By Me, and you have Tootsie, and you have Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And there's a lot of other big films they had in that, especially in that 80s Coke era. The Coca-Cola era of Columbia was really pretty hot for the 80s. So I think they got a nice slate of stuff they can work with. I think you're right, though. Sony is the bigger winner here, because now they have a place to put all their classic films. They know they're going to be able to get rid of most of their upcoming films. They're not, it says exclusive, which is funny, but it's mainly just a first refusal deal, I guess you would call it.
Yeah. They get to choose whether it's exclusive or not. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah.
Which benefits Sony in either way. Of course, it's going to be much easier for them if their movies are financially successful, because that's another thing here. Now Tom Rothman has a real incentive to make every single movie that comes out from there a hit. Of course, he's always had that incentive, but maybe he's going to take like some lessons for maybe I should stay away from the genre things.
I think that's part of it, and I think he's learned that, to be honest.
Yeah, because one thing that also emerges from this is that the more successful the movie is at the box office and in home media, the more Netflix are going to pay for it after the fact.
Yep.
So they now have an absolute incentive to be a profit-driven organization.
And here's something that kind of keyed us into this possible deal going down to begin with. I remember, Andre, the He-Man movie rights went from Sony to Netflix. That was, I think, where you and I first kind of got this, like, that little twinge in your nose or whatever, like, there's something going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that thing right there, and we haven't heard anything more about that, but that doesn't mean that things have stopped up. On the contrary, I think that things have been being developed further under the surface there in quiet, and we see that this deal right here suggests that the relationship between the executives must have strengthened for a deal like this to happen, because there are other actors in the streaming market that could have paid very well for this.
Absolutely. All right. Well, anything to add to this, Lucifer, or anything that sticks out to you, Andre, before we get into some super chats?
Yeah, no, all I want to do is I want to hear what Lucifer has to say. I'm going to do some super chats, and then I want to discuss what this means for Spider-Man and Marvel in particular, because we haven't touched so much on that.
I think I've pretty much covered everything.
Well, let's do some super chats.
Yeah, let's see what you guys are saying.
Then we get into what this could mean for the future of Spider-Man, Marvel, Venom, all of that jazz.
Yeah.
We then have Stephen Otten, who says, "Hail Tom, Andre, Lucifer, Wrenches." We got that one already. So I'm just going to refresh one more time. Yes, here we go. Dash Dees. Is that how it was pronounced, Tom? Was
I
it Dash
believe
Dees?
so, yes.
Dash Dees says for $5 Canadian. If you can't make a property like Spider-Man work, should you be running it? Lucifer or Tom could make $1 gazillion. They know what works. They listen. And Mr. Tickletrunk says, I keep seeing Lucifer is right in the chat. I'm oddly okay with it.
So am I. I'm okay with that. If anyone wants to say that I'm wrong, please do. I'm also okay with that as well.
Yeah.
Well, there was one deal that you were a little off on, and I think that was in one of the super chats about Witcher. I have heard a little.
Yeah, we're getting to it. Well, I'll get to it momentarily because,
but not as much.
Yeah, because Hyper Guyver 2, and this may be the one you're referring to, said, Lucifer, I've been crapping on the Witcher franchise since it came to the States, including the Netflix show. It's a total Elric ripoff.
And I was setting that one up for you, Andre. Yes, I didn't see the order.
Hey,
way to make us both look like idiots. But anyway.
Hey, that's cool, man. I mean, like, each their own at the end. Like, I still haven't seen The Witcher, so I don't really have a dog in the fight.
Right.
Hey, this is the first person I've met who's really been like, yeah, I'm shitting on The Witcher. Cool, go for it.
I've seen The Witcher.
But Sony has nothing to do with Witcher, as far as I know, anyway. And it was just you were just using it as an example of the fact that they were able to take that and run with it.
They did something with it that pleased a hell of a lot of people. Not everyone, obviously, but it pleased a hell of a lot of people. So if they get access to properties in Sony's catalog of video games, then they may be like the first studio, the first like streaming service or whatever to successfully do live action video game TV shows and movies. But you can't really base that on one show. There's got to be like quite a few of them that have all been successes in a row. That's when they can really say, we did it, and we did it before any other motherfucker.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I guess just came across the transom. We lost DMX. Sad news.
Oh shit!
Been a rough day. We lost a lot of people today.
Yeah, we did. This is a rough day today. So yeah.
Sadly, for those who hadn't known, he's been in a coma since he had a heart attack, I believe, last week.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it was almost a week ago. If I'm not mistaken, or last weekend it was. So that's pretty sad. Really young too. I think he was only like 50 or something like that.
Yeah. He's only just turned 50 or something. Or he's in his early 50s, which is real shame, man. R.I.P. DMX.
Yeah, indeed. Rest in peace. I liked a couple of his songs. But moving on, one we can get on screen right now. On that note,
Lucifer
funnily
died.
enough and appropriately enough, Lucifer died for.
No, he died so we could sin.
Without any further. Further comparisons there.
Well, I say Al Pacino had it right in Devil's Advocate, you know.
Yeah. And then moving on.
Gotta have bad for good to exist. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But moving on from there, we then have Mr. E, who says, I left Netflix because of cuties. Well, I hope you told them, because if you didn't, they learned nothing.
Yeah.
And Dark King says, don't forget the Sony game library.
Yeah, that's what brought that up.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There can be more movies like Sonic, but it won't actually be Sonic, because Sonic is with Paramount, because that's Sega, not Sony.
No, but the Sony properties that I can think of offhand, I know they already have the Last of Us deal going on. Where was that show going? Is that
HBO?
HBO, okay. So they made that deal obviously prior to this deal being signed. But yeah, any other things like that? And again, I said this had nothing to do with television so much because I didn't see that in there. Yeah. But that doesn't mean if that doesn't go well that they won't start, looking into other properties. We already know Resident Evil was one Lucifer brought up that has been pretty popular for them in the past. And
Silent Hill, they have
Silent Hill. That's another one. Yeah, Silent Hill. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones Sony actually owns. But I know they have quite a few. Well, didn't they just do the other one that the Nathan Drake one? Don't they own that franchise too?
Yeah, Uncharted. Yeah, they do own that one.
And Sony's got that movie coming up.
Yeah. They do. And
Devil May Cry is another one that Mike Cat just brought up. I'm pretty sure that was a Sony one too. Yep.
There you go.
So there you go. Yeah. Men in Black is funny. They have the rights to it, but they ain't done shit with it. And
well, after the last movie, it's going to be difficult.
Well, no, but what the fuck? We should have like 10 awesome fucking Men in Black games by now. I mean, are you kidding me? If there's any
Yeah.
franchise that screams out for a video game outside of Ghostbusters, it's fucking Men in Black.
Yeah, but it's a
Yeah.
third party. It's owned by Malibu
I know
Comics,
it's
so,
a lot of which
yeah.
is actually owned by Marvel now, which is I know
Exactly.
Disney's pissed
So
that they
that's
still
like
haven't
a
got that
whole
back yet either.
can of worms right there.
But after this last movie, they'll probably end up letting the rights lapse, I bet.
Yeah,
Wouldn't surprise me.
Oh
Wouldn't
God, I
surprise
hope
me
they
if that's
never
what
make
happens.
that Jump Street crossover, Bryant Barth. That would be
Oh.
horrible.
Oh God, yeah, I remember hearing about that, and oh God,
Yeah,
Before-
we broke it.
Down
We
his
actually
spine.
broke it down in
Yeah.
in a video about it because
Well, this is
because
before
the previous Men in Black movie actually started out as a Men in Black
It
versus
did.
21 Jump Street.
it did, and here's where I said, "What the fuck are they doing?" And this was before I was even part of your channel, part of the channel. Andre, I did the whole deal. I'm like, why are they not mixing Men in Black with Ghostbusters? If you're going to cross anything over that makes fucking sense.
It doesn't
And
take a
then-
fucking rocket
And then I
scientist
get
to
into
figure
the
that one out.
channel here, and I get into the emails, and I'm reading that email of what Feige wants to, or Feige wanted to Feige or whatever wanted to do with Ghostbusters. And I'm like, motherfucker wants to make a Men in Black movie. What the hell is he doing making a Ghostbusters movie? He should be making Men in Black. Let him make Women in Black with chicks. Who cares? No, you ain't gonna get Will Smith back anyway at this point. So fucking do it. I wouldn't have. I would have much rather seen that than I don't know. I haven't seen the newest one, but no. If for those who haven't seen the video yet, if you've seen, I haven't seen our breakdowns, check it out. Basically, what Paul Feig wanted to do with Ghostbusters was make a Men in Black movie out of it.
Yeah, pretty much. And what we got was what we
Worse.
got. That didn't work out so well.
Was very, very much bad.
Yeah. It was indeed.
Sorry,
but
I
moving
had to
on.
let that steam off there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, absolutely.
And Bad Boys 2 is another franchise of theirs, and I know the third one
That's a
did
good
well,
point.
and I know they were looking
Yeah.
at part 4, but after all this cop business, it's hard to say. I'm wondering if that's a movie they've cooled off on.
That's a good point. And they also, like, in their library, they have lots of standalone movies that aren't franchise. Like, what are they going to do with them? Are they going to all of a sudden go, well, now we need to make this become a franchise?
I hope not, and I hope we don't get a bunch of random remakes either.
Yes.
Well, I think there's
That's
a
the last
very
thing
good
we need.
chance that both could happen.
I hope not, but yeah, you think you're right, Andre.
Yeah, no, because again, they're gonna want branded properties,
Yeah.
and where they don't have a pre-existing brand, but they, for instance, they have a movie. I think we could be seeing more like movie to series adaptations. Like we've seen a few of those already, and I wouldn't be surprised if this deal right here means that we could get more. Like for instance, a Groundhog Day, the miniseries.
Well, I keep reminding you guys, this thing says nothing about TV or movies, but what you might get, and is the flip flop opposite, because what Sony does have is a shit ton of television properties. So you might get a bunch of movies based on television properties instead.
Yes. That is very possible. And also, like, another thing that I've definitely neglected.
The Shield, the movie.
Not just their newer stuff, but their old. I mean, they've got just a ton of television stuff back, like their back catalog, because they bought up like the Merv Griffin catalog, I think, and a bunch of other shit from back in the day. So they've got a lot of old game shows and TV shows and stuff from back in the 70s and 80s and stuff, I believe.
Yeah, and
See, now this is where we need Rob. Rob knows about this deal. Where's Rob now? He's dealing with his brother Dave.
There's also the rights to Stephen King properties, because people love seeing new adaptations of Stephen King stuff. And if I remember correctly, Sony, you mentioned Stand By Me, which is Stephen King. They also have The Dark Half, which is Stephen King. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that would be like, hey, you know, if Netflix and Sony can come together and do like a new version of The Dark Half, let's bring it on. Let's
It
give
all
it a go.
depends on where the rights lie.
Yeah. Because
See,
I know
now-
some rights have gone back to Stephen King.
Yeah, because it's been so long.
Yeah.
The other bit is Castle Rock Entertainment was the one who was behind a lot of that stuff, which was Rob Reiner's company.
Yeah.
He owns a lot of that stuff. But here's the thing: is I hope to God they don't try to remake like Stand By Me or something like that.
Yeah.
That would,
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's one of those few Stephen King ones that they got it right.
I'm gonna note the time of this right now, so we can use the prediction and the video for when that happens.
Oh shit! I'd say they're gonna make an all-female Stand By Me, but we already got that. It's called Now and Then. So
yeah, that's brilliant. Original, Stand By Me, by implication, all the time. Female remake.
We already have that. So this will be the more diverse Stand By Me, which we already kind of have a remake of that already with Stranger Things. Let's be real, because that's kind of like all kinds of Stephen King stuff crammed into one thing. A lot of people forget that's a Stephen King story, though. The Body is one of his better adaptations, though.
Yeah,
like they get almost all of it in there.
Was it different seasons, the book that it was in? Because it was like 4 different novellas. And if I remember correctly, that's the same one with the Shawshank Redemption in it as well.
Yep, because I believe it also has to do with the season of the stories. And the Shawshank, I believe, was spring, and then The Body was summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah. But we have a couple of more super chats
that is one of his best
before we get into the Spider-Man things. Ron W said, WB isn't really that far behind since they are only North America. Also, I left Netflix due to the $18.99 increase. And says, hi, gents. Hello, everyone. And Dash D's says for 10 Canadian dollars, thank you so much. Hail Lucifer, greetings from a filthy commonwealther. I'm pretty sure the expression on little kid at the start is the same expression when I seen my first real boobs. Oh, right, yeah, boobs from Mary Jane Rotten.
Boobs.
Yeah.
Boobs.
So yeah, and I'm just going to refresh here, see if we missed anyone before we get into more Mary Jane.
I just saw this.
Kids nowadays, if that's what it was about, Stand By Me. Sorry, Andre.
Yeah, no.
I gotta ask, have you even seen that before, Andre? I mean,
Stand By Me?
Yeah.
Oh, never.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Classic.
It's classic. It is definitely in the top 5 best Stephen King adaptations of all time. It's probably right between Shawshank, which is number 1, and Misery, which I'd put either number 2 or 3. It's like tied between there. As far as that motion. Yeah.
Well, I'll put it on the list.
It's a good movie.
There are some other things on that list that things I even haven't admitted that I should have seen that I haven't.
Got
I really
Wheaton in it.
Yeah. Well, good for him. And then Gran Wasu 42 sent us a €5 super sticker. So thank you for that. And then since then, we Grand Vasu 42 also, we just said that sent a super sticker. And Rush Patel says Bloodborne is ripe for adaptation to live action or animation. And Star Fury wonders for $10. Does the Auditor work for the Dark Boss? I can't remember his name. It's the Auditor, correct? The other guy from Hell. Yeah, of course, he's referring to Gary J. Tunnicliffe's Auditor from Hellraiser Judgment.
Yes.
So, Lucifer, does he work for the Dark Boss?
Oh, you best believe he does.
Have you ever seen that movie?
No, I can't say I have.
We recommend it, even though it's like the 11th or 10th or 12th in the Hellraiser series. It's not a bad movie. If you liked 7, and not only that, but like Gary steals the show as the Auditor, and the Auditor is this character who basically comes in and just as you're being prepared for hell, he goes through all your sins. And I don't want to give too much of it away, but it's like he's auditing your sins, basically. Like I think you dig it. I think you think it's a really cool idea.
Yeah,
I think so. And also check out the official commentary track right here on Midnight's Edge.
There you go with the plug.
yeah, I love the original Hellraiser movies. I never got past number 7 once.
Oh, and you don't have to watch any of the other
You don't
ones.
have to. Like, this is a
That's even better.
completely different thing. You can even take Hellraiser from the equation.
Great.
This is like its
Awesome.
own thing. That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
It started out as an original thing, almost, more or less.
I almost
So,
wish he had at this
Oh, yeah.
point.
Yeah.
It almost is a detriment to it being part of Hellraiser, if you ask me. But
Yeah.
it actually is, because it would have been better standalone. And it really sucked that the whole Weinstein company imploded, because that's a movie that screamed for a sequel. That would have been amazing.
Awesome. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
should.
the whole idea of the
Absolutely.
auditor is so cool. It's neat.
He's so awesome.
Like I told him, like, you got to make that a TV series, because like every week you just have a new person come in and you audit them.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. Just, I mean, but to get into the whole process, you'll see it in the movie. It's fucked up. I'm just telling you the very base level version of what it is. You know, it's basically like when you get an audit done, but it's your whole life.
Yeah.
But I'm not telling you all that happens in that audit.
That's cool. You mentioned that it's fucked up.
That's
sold straight away.
Yeah, you're gonna like that one. And if you want fucked up, then that's the movie for you. I will still say that.
Are we talking like the level of fucked up as like Martyrs kind of fucked up? Or
Yes.
are we going-
Yes, we are.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Never, if I'm saying that right. That's the way I totally see it too. It'd be like a Tales from the Crypt, but you know, yeah, the auditor would be like your crypt keeper, but he's actually part of the stories every time because he's there auditing the individual. I think that'd be awesome. But yeah,
Cool.
Yeah. And then moving on with the super chats, Aris says for €2, Sony is doing a Ghost of Tsushima as a movie. I'm pretty sure that's not on the Mega Drive, so I haven't heard of it. But,
that was one of their latest big hits.
but yeah, very cool. And Chris Hill says Netflix could make kids shows based on Sony games. I'm hoping for an Ape Escape, Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, and Toomba kid shows. All of those could happen. And Mr. E.
Again, I'm just not so sure about
to,
shows though, because it doesn't mention TV shows. It just mentions.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the potential is there.
Oh yeah. But you know, I also got to remind everybody, even though you know they forget this, it's very easy to forget this. Sony technically cannot make Spider-Man TV shows.
No, but this was
live action.
But these were all other things.
Yeah.
This was like Ape Escape and Ratchet and Clank.
No, I know, but that was something that was brought up before. I mean, so like they're still kind of limited on what they can do because they've signed over more rights to Disney since in the last few years than they had before.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. I just want to go through the last few super chats, and then we'll get into all things Spider-Man. Mr. E, who quit Netflix due to cuties, follows up saying, I did tell Netflix by email. Oh, cool. Then you've done everything right. You voted correctly. And you let them know why you did it. So good for you. Kudos. Bushin Ryu Cat says for $10, do you feel why Disney's Star Wars writers are creating so much dribble for the Star Wars canon is because they don't care but have to put stuff out and just want that Disney paychecks? Prayers to DMX's family. No, I think it's because they are ideologically driven hacks that suffer a bad case of groupthink. I think it's that easy.
Yeah, and then the other part of it is
if they just wanted paychecks. They didn't have to do that badly. They could just do some half-assed stuff and collect their paychecks. To do that ideological drivel they're doing, that requires more than collecting paychecks.
Well, not just that. Part of what and they've actually admitted some of this stuff. So I'm not even like being tinfoil hat with this. A lot of this stuff they're putting in there to drive people like us away because they see us as a bunch of racist istophobes. Like they feel like and I even brought it up to some of the people who I was on a show with the other day. I'm like, why are we even talking about this shit? This is why they're putting it in there. So we talk about it because nobody else will. So if we don't talk about it, we're the only ones bringing any attention to this shit. Otherwise, nobody gives a crap about the High Republic.
Exactly. We are their free marketing team in that respect.
And that's what I was saying is like, if it wasn't for them putting this crap in there, then we wouldn't be talking about it. Because clearly the people that they're making it for ain't talking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time I get someone come along who's like, your book's disgraceful and you're a heathen and this, that, and the other, half the time I respond with, have you seen my name? And I also think, great, keep talking about it. Let people know. Go out there and tell people this is evil and stuff, because then everyone's going to go.
Can I quote you and put that on the cover?
Yeah. Oh, believe you me, I've had a couple of great messages that I was like, that should be a Paul quote. It really should.
This is the most disgusting, vile thing I've ever read.
And if they really do think that, then I've done my job.
Exactly. I think it was Tarantino who said that, like, because somebody said, I saw that Pulp Fiction movie and that scene after the scene with the needle in the heart. I just couldn't. It was the most disturbing thing I ever seen. And then just Tarantino goes, well, then I guess it fucking works.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was going for. Somebody has a heart attack. That's great. That's what I want.
Exactly. And with that, let's get into all things Spider-Man and the Spider-Man implications.
Yes.
Because as we saw, this deal mentions Spider-Man. It's Variety that references that future Spider-Man movies, Venom, Morbius, that thing with Jared Leto that I don't think anyone really cares about. We'll see how that works out. I certainly care about Venom, so that's all going to Netflix. But also, will future Spider-Man movies be, because they are actually owned and distributed by Sony. It's only Spider-Man's appearances in the MCU movies that are owned and controlled by Marvel. And this, of course, includes the TV rights. Sony can't do a Spider-Man TV series. Marvel can. Isn't that about right, Tom?
Technically, yes. Like, the way around it is they could do, let's say, if my memory served me correctly, they can do like a Spider-Gwen TV movie kind of thing, or straight to video movie kind of thing. But like this series they've been talking about, I believe they actually have to be working with Disney to make that happen. Because there's been a lot of talk about a Spider-Gwen series. But I just use that as an example. But no, like, you're right, Andre. And I know, but the only other thing about this that I think is kind of funny was we don't know the entire deal that was come to for Spider-Man. All we know about that deal is that they were going to make Spider-Man 3, which is done.
Yep.
And that Spider-Man was going to show up in at least one other MCU movie, which we can guess is probably going to be Doctor Strange 2, I think. I don't know if that's been confirmed, but I think that was...
We have heard very, very strong rumors.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that was the strong rumor.
Yeah.
And it's been hinted at. So, like, there you go. But we've also heard that Kevin Feige has been helping behind the scenes on Venom 2 and Morbius and all the other projects. In fact, rumors served, even though it depends on who you believe. Kevin Feige supposedly went and helped recut Venom, even though Tom Rothman will say that he went in and did it himself. But I don't know if you guys heard that story. No, he did. He kind of, Andre, I don't know if you want to elaborate if you remember that story or not, but you probably
I don't remember that, but of course Rothman is going to come and try.
Well, no, okay, then.
Look, see, I get it, but of course then we heard real stories that Kevin Feige, he gave the advice that kind of made that movie work.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea. It was, okay, basically at the 11th hour, because there was so much crap going on with that movie. 1 minute it was going to be R-rated, then it wasn't.
Yeah.
Then it got recut, and one story was Tom Rothman came in and personally did it himself. The other story was that, that everybody got notes from Kevin Feige. I don't know who you'd rather believe. But
Tom Rothman, all the way.
I think Tom Rothman, I can't remember if it was in one of the articles I read or if it was an actual interview with him where he's talking about I went in and basically saved that movie.
Yeah.
Sure you did, Tom.
Yeah, Tom Rothman saving a Marvel movie. Was it April 1st when this comment was made? So I just
No.
wonder.
It was in the wake of the film's success. That's all I remember now. I'd have to go back and dig through all the shit, but I know we referenced it in at least one of our videos.
Yeah. And of course, it's a complete joke because he had nothing to do with the success of that movie other than not getting too much in the way and by not giving notes that were so bad that it was beyond rescue.
It was probably a point where
that's pretty good.
I got to imagine that Marvel has some kind of fail-safe nuke button that they can push, and that anything they see that can be detrimental to any of their characters. So who's to say that Feige didn't pull that?
You know what? I don't think so, because then how could Inhumans happen? And that even happened on like Marvel's own Netflix, which was overseen by them. So yeah, I don't know quite about that, but in any event, regardless of who saved Venom and everything, all the signs point to that the relationship between Sony and Marvel is better than it's been for a very, very long time. And we've even heard reports or rumors that the deal between them has been extended beyond that one movie. And if that is true, which again, we don't know, these are just rumors, then how does this deal with Netflix that would certainly see the Spider-Man movies be not Disney Plus exclusive? How does that work out? Lucifer, your thoughts?
I think in that respects to this Sony Netflix deal, I think that's going to make Disney and Kevin Feige try just that little bit harder to get Spider-Man back from Sony, because they know that's the last character that they don't have full rights to. They are so desperate to get him back, because every time you could put Spider-Man on a trash bag, just a picture of Spider-Man on a trash bag, you will sell billions of those trash bags. Like Spider-Man to Disney and Marvel is like Batman and Superman wrapped in one. They're not going to want to let him go that easily, so they're going to be trying that little bit harder. They're going to start upping like their bids when they have little talks with Disney, saying, "Hey, we could have Spider-Man back. What if we give you a few billion? Would you let him come back a bit?" I think that's how it's going to go, and I think Sony once again have benefited from this deal, because they know full well that if the Spider-Man movies are going to be shown on Netflix, that's really going to make Disney go, oh no, we can't have that. We want them over here as quick as possible. What can we do about this?
Tom, your thoughts?
I really wish I knew what the overall deal was going forward, because I feel like there's more to it that we just don't know. Yeah. Because I know Tom Rothman, in some of the interviews I've seen him, has kind of come to terms with this deal that he does not understand franchise films, and he has taken a bit more of a hands-off approach when it comes to that kind of a thing. I saw the question in here I just brought up, where's Amy Pascal and all this? She's still in the middle of all this, and she is clearly somebody who would love to get the fuck as far away from Kevin Feige as she can. Yeah. She does not like him notoriously. Rumor has it. So the only thing with Sony is they have not had a good track record of doing stuff on their own, that is, unless it's something that's not directly Spider-Man. Like the Venom, fine. I didn't care for the Spider-Verse, but it did okay, and it won some Oscars, fine. Even though that is technically Spider-Man related, but I mean, it's not like, big MCU canon kind of thing. Yeah. Now with Amazing Spider-Man, they fucked that up
big time.
Now there's a lot of really crazy rumors flying around. I don't know what to believe, because again, I want to know how far this deal with Disney goes, because it sounded like they worked out a pretty good deal with the whole 50-50 kind of deal down the board. And I don't know if Disney would be willing, or if, obviously right now they don't have the money, but even if they did, I don't know how much they would be willing to give to get the rights back to Spider-Man when they could just kind of wait it out. Because I'm sure at any point they could be like, look, fuck you guys, we're out. You go do what you want to do. Go ahead and make another Amazing Spider-Man 2 and see how that works out for you. and kill this franchise even more than you have after we just rebuilt it for you. Because regardless of how you may feel in the audience about how the MCU has treated Spider-Man, they're the only ones who've really been able to bring it back up to the prestige it was back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they had the first $1 billion Spider-Man movie, if I'm not mistaken, or was that one of the amazing? I don't think neither one of the.
No. It was
Spider-Man
with Marvel.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So that's my point.
Spider-Man 3 would have been $1 billion movie had it been released today, but I believe it was Homecoming. Oh, we can check that, but I think
I'm pretty sure Homecoming was the first bill.
Yeah,
well, actually, I don't even think it was Homecoming. I think it was Far From Home was the first.
That may be the case, but certainly it was under Marvel Studios.
Because I think Homecoming just shy
of
$1 billion, I think,
yeah.
but I could be wrong.
In terms of attendance, I do believe that Spider-Man 3 remains to this day the biggest movie, but just because
yes.
of when it was released and inflation, which only goes to show you what like a bad metric that really is.
Yes,
it's not $1 billion movie, although more people went to see it in theaters than went to see either Homecoming or Far From Home. But Far From Home is the $1 billion movie.
And here's my reason I bring that up is because Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse and Venom. Venom did well, but it didn't make $1 billion.
None.
Into the Spider-Verse didn't do very well at all at the box office, but it did very well with the critics, and I'm sure it did well on video. And if they brought out a sequel a lot sooner than they're planning, that sequel would probably do much better than than the first film. But now they're, like you just said, Lucifer, that's a good point. I think they're 2-3 years out from that sequel yet.
Yeah, easily,
because this pushed everything back, and they were already 3 years out from that to begin with.
Yeah.
Venom hasn't been a proven franchise yet. They've only had one movie. Morbius is going to be a tough sell.
That's going to be a really tough sell.
Exactly. And coming back to Amy Pascal, nobody trusts her ass. I'm sure nobody wants to work with her. They booted her ass off the Sony lot. The only reason they're stuck working with her is because she got her hook so deep into this Spider-Man deal. And I really think Tom Rothman is more than happy to kick back and let Disney help them make $1 billion movies, to be honest with you. Yeah. I really just I don't see Tom Rothman being all on board with Amy's plan to pull out of the MCU anytime soon. I don't know, Andre and Lucifer, what you think about that, but that's where I sit with it.
Yeah, I can tell you what I think. I'm going to disagree with Lucifer a little bit, because I agree that Marvel, they want Spider-Man back, but not at any price.
Exactly.
And not at the price that Sony wants to ask. Yeah. Because here's the thing. Look at what Sony has. Sony has the rights to make Spider-Man movies. That's it. They don't have the rights to make Spider-Man animated series. They don't have the rights to make Spider-Man live action series. And they don't have the rights to Spider-Man merchandise. You mentioned that you could put Spider-Man on a trash bag and it would sell 1 billion copies. Well, Marvel already are the ones that have the rights for that. This was something that Sony stupidly gave up years ago. So for them, Spider-Man, the movie rights really aren't worth that much. For instance, Sony might say, yeah, you can have the Spider-Man movie rights for $2 billion, to which Marvel would say, we're not going to pay $2 billion to have those 5 movies, only 2 of which are MCU, stream on Disney Plus. It's not worth $2 billion for us. You can have 100 million, take it or leave it. And then they're going to be like, well, okay, we have this other deal with the Netflix right here, and since you don't want to do that, then we're going to go with them. We're going to sign this deal with them unless you can counter and give us something better. And they're like, you know what? No, we're quite good with what we already have. We have Spider-Man in our MCU movies. You have him in your movies. This is basically the same deal as we had before, where you put out the Spider-Man DVDs that we didn't really get anything from. And I actually do think that Disney's going to get some cutback from this, because remember, in their new deal, there was greater integration. So they have
it's a 50-50 deal now. Yeah,
more or less. So actually, this is a way where where Marvel can sit back and they'll be like, yeah, okay, that's fine. We can part with those movies for Disney Plus, because this way we get some of that sweet Netflix cash in our coffers as well. So yeah, they get that movie, but they have to pay us for it.
Well, here's the other thing is I think they get a percentage of the Marvel films that he's in as well. And Harv Guy brings up Sony did sell the Spider-Man merch rights so they could hang on to the deal longer.
Yeah.
But I believe Disney sweetened the pot with they let him do, I think, into Spider-Verse toys and some other things too, that they actually get a piece of.
Yeah, they got like some like pity points thrown after them. Like it's a good fate of good measure. Will throw you a couple of like points of like merch sales and stuff like that.
And that's probably how the Gwen show ended up happening and stuff like that.
Probably it did. So it was like a mutually beneficial deal that probably benefits Sony more, but again, it benefits Disney enough. And I don't think that this thing right here really signals anything. All it really means is that Sony's Spider-Man movies won't be on Disney Plus. They'll be on. Honestly, you know what? You have the exact same situation with DC right now, like in Europe, where we don't have HBO Max all over the place yet. You still have the the DC movies on Netflix.
Well, really, things are going to change.
So
because they
already change the next 2 years. But,
well, no, I mean in the sense that they don't already have the Spider-Man movies on Disney Plus. That's my point. They haven't already, so nothing is really going to change in the purview of the public.
Yeah.
That's a very good point, and I do agree with you. But I'm thinking like just beyond the streaming thing, like Spider-Man as a property as a whole. Yes, Disney are making enough out of it. Do you think Disney really wants to stop at enough? Especially as they've done so many deals to lead up to this point that it made them feel like Spider-Man was closer and closer and closer to coming back to Disney and Marvel. And now this is one step that will make them feel, oh shit, Spider-Man's starting to go a little bit further away. We prefer the other direction. It may be small steps. It may take a long time, but would they rather be like, okay, Sony, you go put those movies on Netflix, we get a percentage of that? Or do you think they want 100% of that cut somehow, some way?
I think they want it, but they're going to have to do a cost-benefit analysis. Because they're going to see like, okay, here, Sony is in a position where they got this offer from Netflix. Can we match that offer for those particular movies? And those are probably the movies that that Netflix are going to say, you know what, for this movie, for this deal to happen, those movies are going to have to be included. We want Spider-Man. And then that's going to be like on the table. So then Disney or Marvel are going to be in a position where for them to make it worthwhile for Sony to decline, they're going to have to offer something better than the entirety of the Netflix deal. And they want Spider-Man to be closer to them, obviously. But at the same time, in this position, they might find themselves in a position where they have to pay so much for that to happen that it's just not worth it for them.
Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah. So would they like it? No, but the situation being what they are, they might not have a choice in the matter. Because the alternative would be that then they overpay for what Spider-Man is worth by a factor of 10 maybe, since this is a larger funding deal for all of Sony's movies, more or less, for a long time here. So then suddenly they're going to go into a deeper relationship with all of Sony. And is that something that Disney can afford right now in this day and age? So you then have like two options. One, we can either pay extra to have Spider-Man closer, or we can sit back, lose those two, like soon 3 movies from the Disney Plus, but in return, we're actually going to see some of the Netflix money into our coffers. And it just could be, as they weigh those options, they decide that for the company's bottom line and overall financial health, that may be the better option. in the situation
Yeah.
where Sony has to preserve their own self-interest. It's not a situation that they wanted. It's not one they sought out, but it's one they may have ended up in.
Yeah.
And also, I don't think that it's going to damage the relationship between Marvel and Sony all that much. Like, for instance, if Marvel or Sony goes to them and says, like, look, we have like this deal with Netflix, it's going to save the entire freaking company. So, like, no offense here, guys, but either you're going to have to match the entirety of this deal, or we're going to have to pull out the Spider-Man things. But we still want to work with you on everything else. We're just going to have to, like, these things can't be on Disney Plus. And then I'm sure there's going to be like some backroom screaming and shenanigans. And going to be like, yeah, okay, we understand. That's what I think would have happened here.
In a perfect world, I think you were right, Lucifer, that Disney would have definitely made a play for Spider-Man by now. If we weren't in the situation we were in, if they hadn't made this deal the second time around, then I think they may have made some kind of power play because they would have had the money and whatnot.
Absolutely.
But now I don't think they do. And again, Sony would have played hardball big time. They would have wanted probably $4 billion or something like that for Spider-Man.
It's rough, man, negotiating. They're going to want more for the movie rights and movie rights only. So you don't get the merchandise rights because you already have them. You don't get the TV rights because you already have them. So just for the movie rights, for a character that's already been in like many movies, three of which soon will have an MCU connection, is that going to be worth $4 billion?
And I just threw that number out there, but that's probably about
I think it's a very, very fair number. I wouldn't be surprised if Sony were to ask for that. And but no, I think that they can buy them out.
And I think Disney, I think they would just, or at least Marvel would probably just rather wait them out and say, yeah, go ahead, do it on your own again and see how well that works out. And then they would devalue it so much that at that point, then they could come in and get it for a cool $1 billion.
Plus, I'm also neglecting the pandemic as well. That plays a big part in this as well.
Because it reduces Disney's financial power, and it means again they are in a position where either they can choose to fight Netflix with money, meaning it's going to cost them hundreds of billions that they don't have. Or they can sit back and they can actually get money into their coffers from their competitor Netflix.
Yeah, which is what they probably want more of now, because how much money has Disney lost because of the pandemic and not being able to put out Black Widow last year and Eternals and Shang-Chi and all that. That's probably lost them a shit ton of money.
It has, and that's nothing compared to the parks, because that's a real problem.
Yes, absolutely.
I do have some breaking news, Andre. I don't know if you want to grab
it for us. Okay, let's do a couple of super chats, then we go into
because this is some really shitty breaking news, but it is tangentially attached to what we're talking about. But
let's do a couple of super chats while we brace ourselves for the news. Here we go then. Exploding Prinny says for $5, was listening to LBV coverage of Prince Philip. The press reporting kept mentioning social distancing with the people leaving tributes. What the F, dude? Yeah, honestly, like there's a time and a place for everything, and there's many things that can be said about Prince Philip and about social distancing, but today there is only one thing to say, I think, and that is rest in peace.
Absolutely.
And our thoughts are with the Queen of England, of the entire Commonwealth, and with the entirety of the British royal family. That's the only thing that there is to say today. Anything else that's for another day. It's my opinion on the matter. So yes, rest in peace, Prince Philip. One of the whatever you thought about him, one of the cornerstones of British democracy, because he was the rock that Queen Elizabeth leaned on.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not exactly like the hugest fan of the royal family or whatever. I'm not someone who's like, oh, the royals, fantastic. But at the end of the day, to me, all life is sacred. So it's a huge loss, regardless. And if I remember correctly, and I may be misremembering, he actually fought in World War II as well. So he definitely has a lot of my respect for that alone.
He was a tough man. He really was. Like he was like a royal of 1,000 years ago when you had like warrior kings. He was like that today.
Absolutely. And sadly, as is always the case with things like this, there's always a few people out there who are going to Twitter and going, good, and all this other stuff. And all I could say is, he's died today, and we will remember him for centuries. But the people who are putting out those shitty tweets going, oh, I hope he had a lot of pain and all that, no one's going to fucking remember you when your time comes. So get fucked.
Yeah, exactly. There's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with that, do a couple of more super chats, and then we have to do an urgent title change here.
Yes.
Because I just saw what the breaking news is. Oh my God, we are in
Rob,
for a treat.
Rob's not here. We would have killed him.
Everyone, just brace yourself while we go
Rob,
through the super chats.
I'm so sorry, Rob. He's gonna blow a fucking gasket.
I wish he was here so we could have
We
his
have
reaction.
insurance on Rob. I mean, if he has a heart attack or an aneurysm,
Tom, you have to text him right now. Tell him to stay off the internet until he's in front of the camera.
I'll see where he's at.
Just tell him nothing. Just say stay away from the internet. Read nothing until you're home. You can film your reaction.
All right.
I mean, like we have like people that like to see him suffer, and this is going to be one for the ages. Moving on. While you all wonder, and all those of you in the chat, like, don't you go check out anything else either. We want your reaction here as well. Michael Miller says, what will happen to the Silk show in development at Amazon now that this is happening at Netflix? No change, because that's something that's prior. So I would imagine that means nothing. John Deering says, for $23.17, keep up the excellent work. And Tiberius Monk says, RIP DMX. Highly recommended, top 5. A film that Chris Rock produced that DMX had a wonderful small role in. Hail Andre, hail Koala Tom. Hail.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh there. Rob's response to stay off the internet, don't read any news until you get here. He goes, oh boy, that's not a good sign.
I'm intrigued because I haven't looked, so I'm going to be.
Oh, you didn't even look at the private chat yet, huh?
No, didn't even look at that because I was like, oh no, that's going to give something away. This needs to be a natural reaction.
Yes, it does indeed. And then Stephen Ottens, also Tiberius Monk, yes, indeed. Rest in peace, DMX. Like, I'm not
that's
into hip hop. I will not claim to have been. I'm only vaguely familiar with DMX's work, but what I had heard, I really did enjoy. And it's always tragic when someone leaves too early.
He does need to get noted, though, as one of the very few dozen or so, big time rappers in the earlier part of the rap game that crossed over beyond, he was on the pop charts and stuff like that, is my point. Like at that point, there wasn't that many yet when he first got on the scene. So, I mean, yeah, sure. We had a few before that, but it sucks. He's iconic. Exactly. Ben Dowdy.
Yeah. And then Jack Hudson says, Maximum Overdrive is the best Stephen King film. The film made no sense, but it was highly entertaining. Plus, AC/DC did the music. Yeah, that was cool. And also the Green Goblin made an appearance. Let's not forget about that.
Did you know they just restored that?
Did they?
Oh, they did? Awesome.
Some guy found it behind some junkyard.
Yeah, I remember seeing news of that. That's awesome.
Oh,
why it's so awesome that it was found, not that it was.
Yeah, and they got the restoration. They got the restoration on the Blu-ray. You don't have that Blu-ray, I'm assuming, then, Andre. That's
you assume quite correctly.
That, for as cheesy as bad as a movie, I cannot argue, because you know what? That's a Stephen King movie from beginning to end.
Yes.
That it is.
But he says that movie was made on so much cocaine.
Well, much great art has been made while in altered states of mind, let's say. On that note, Stephen Otten says, "Don't mention Martyrs. I'm still recovering." Yeah, that movie really did hit you, didn't it?
That's fine. I won't mention Martyrs again. I can mention a lot worse than Martyrs if you really want.
Yeah. I'm sure he doesn't need ideas. And Master Clockwork says, "Saw an ad for Netflix Thunder Force today. What the absolute fuck is this?" Actually, I saw Doomcock react to that pretty negatively too. I haven't seen it, so I'll have to look into that later. And House Atreides sends us 2 super chats in a row saying, "What do you guys think about Netflix new superhero series, Jupiter's Legacy? Does it have any chance of competing with the MCU and DCU if they don't go woke?" I have not heard about Jupiter's Legacy until you brought it up right now. Tom, Lucifer, have you heard about Jupiter's Legacy?
Yes, because if I remember correctly, that is Mark Millar's book, one of his many books, and of course Netflix did that deal with Mark Millar and Millar World so that they could adapt so many of his properties. I think it was all of them with the exception of Kick-Ass, if I remember, and Wanted. They couldn't touch those 2 properties whatsoever, which means we probably won't see Nemesis on there either, which is a fucking shame because that really needs to be done. I've met a few people who loved the book of Jupiter's Legacy and a few people who absolutely despised it. I would not be surprised if they go woke with it. I think it's one of those things of we're just going to have to wait and see. I haven't seen the trailer that they've put out, and I haven't heard anything about the trailer either.
Yeah, all right, excellent. And then he also says, "Would Netflix buy the rights to Spider-Man?" Oh, they can't. So we covered that already. They'll get the movies, and that's it. But they don't have no rights beyond that. Mr. Tickle Trunk wonders, "Do you think Disney Marvel might just start licensing their characters soon when the cash has dried up?" If the company depends on it, yes. But the company's not going to depend on that. They're gonna find money through other shady means. So I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. And Bushin Ryu Cat says, "For $20, just imagine this alternate reality. 2021 is the year of the Image cinematic universe. Year 1. Spawn, Savage Dragon, Gen 13, Witchblade, and the Darkness." And thanks for reading this. Oh, thank you.
I heard
I'd take me an Image cinematic universe any day. I love Savage Dragon and Spawn.
I heard the new Spawn movie from the script is horrible, and I heard it.
I heard that too. So I
heard it died. I don't know if it's even happening. So
no, it's been a disaster for years. It's been never been in a good state. So that movie is gonna require like a complete reimagination from the ground up.
Well, actually, they just need to go back to what it was originally. Because I don't know if you got a chance to see that script, Andre, but I know
I didn't.
You already know what it was from what he was.
I can imagine it was like female Spawn, wasn't it?
Not so much female Spawn, but it had a female lead, and Spawn was just basically like a background character almost.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
And then one more super chat. Talk Hard 2. Talk Harder says, "Rest in peace, DMX. He taught me where the hood is at. I'm worried now that he's gone. Who will give it to us?" Absolute legend.
I like the name.
Yes, indeed. And with that, now, Tom, while I change the name and thumbnail of the stream.
Well, you don't have to change everything.
Tell us the news. Break it to us.
Oh my God.
Let me brace myself.
For those who thought that Indy couldn't get any fucking worse, Indiana Jones now has a new female lead. Phoebe Waller-Bridge. And Rob enters the room just as I reveal the news.
Hello, Rob.
Indiana Jones 5. Phoebe Waller-Bridge lands female lead
I'm
in next installment.
Yeah,
opposite
I haven't got
character.
much. I haven't got a whole lot of time. I'm getting ready for my vasectomy. So with this news, so I mean that's that's it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. You're gonna take my manhood. Take the last vestige of my manhood.
What is
remember,
it?
Remember,
You're trying to make Rob hate this woman, I think.
Remember, no, okay. Remember what I said about this is the last property Kathleen Kennedy hasn't figured out how to ruin. Congratulations, she's done it. She's fucking done it. Fuck off, lady. Fuck off. You fuck right the hell off.
Yes, okay. Rob, share your feelings.
Well, we need a little bit of basis
Phoebe Waller-Bridge's previous work and what she promises to do with James Bond. How did that make you feel?
She's going to Me Too the hell out of James Bond. She's going to cut his balls off and have freaking Lashana Lynch carry him around in her purse with those big ass. No, I shouldn't say.
For those who don't know, she was the robot in Solo.
Fembot 3000.
Yes, she was the Droid Lives Matter bot in Solo, a Star Wars story.
One fucking Pando.
Yes. So yeah, we were wondering exactly what Kathleen Kennedy would do to Indiana Jones. Why Stephen King left? And,
Stephen King, Steven Spielberg.
We were talking about Steven Spielberg. Yeah, why Steven Spielberg left?
It's a completely different movie, Andre.
We'll give Andre a pass because we were talking about Stephen King earlier. But yeah, like, oh my fuck, you gonna read this, Robert? Or am I gonna have?
No, you're just toxic white man.
Read this. Read the super chat from Revcore.
Female Indy. Oh God, no wonder Spielberg left. Steve, he was unhappy with me not getting him coffee. That's why he left.
Yeah. So, but to be fair, to be clear though, because Rob, do you want to read the story?
Yeah, I'll read it. Oh my God,
I know it's gonna hurt you, but do it.
What have I done? What have I done to deserve
Indiana Jones 5? Phoebe Waller-Bridge lands female lead role in next installment to ruin Indiana Jones. Oh, I'm sorry, that's my interjection. Opposite Harrison Ford. Exclusive. Following continued confirmation at Disney Investors presentation in December that the next film was a go, Lucasfilm and director James Mangold have their sights to ruin Indiana Jones 5 with the casting of Phoebe. Okay, why do I keep reading that?
Oh, it's like your brain keeps interjecting reality. But anyway, carry on.
Sources tell Deadline that Phoebe Waller-Bridge is set to ruin.
Sources, by the way, is code for Kathleen Kennedy's camp.
Yeah. Star opposite Ford's fifth installment, with Ford returning as everyone's favorite, wearing whip-slinging, ballless, now ballless archaeologist. Mangold is taking over directing reins from Steven Spielberg, who was unhappy with Kathleen Kennedy not getting her coffee anymore. Kathleen Kennedy said, "I'm too big for that. You'll learn to, I'm the queen bitch around here." No. Kathleen Kennedy, Frank Marshall. Oh, Frank, there's your name. Frank Marshall, Simon Manuel joined Spielberg's producers. John Williams has worked on every score in the franchise, including iconic theme, will also return his composer. The hope is to start production this summer. Hope is not a strategy there, guys. With Mangold meeting with the other talent for the roles in preparation for production. Plot details are still vague on what to do. We know what the plot is going to be. He's going to sit around with his thumb up his ass while she does everything and then tells him what a toxic white male he is. That's the plot. Plot details are still vague on what eventually, yada, nobody cares. Or details, the film was set to bow on July 29th, 2022. Waller-Bridge has had quite a run after TV show. Okay, someone explain to me the appeal of this Fleabag. Is it just a chick show? I mean, is it Robert Meyer Burnett keeps? I don't get it. Based on what she's done, and I saw some of Killing Eve. I'm like, okay, this is okay. Not the greatest thing in the world.
She's probably great in her domain. That's the thing, is they keep trying to put circles into square fucking places here. It just doesn't work. Or vice versa, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, square peg, round hole.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Star Trek. It's everything else we've seen so far. It's their way of trying to make it safe.
Well, yeah, they want to make men they're trying to make men less threatening, is what it is.
She's gonna be the center of this whole fucking movie. You're right, Rob. You are totally right. She's gonna do everything, and then she's gonna sit there and tell Indy just what he's doing wrong.
I guarantee you, okay? I guarantee you, it's gonna take place in the 60s when feminism starts to take hold. I guarantee it.
You're probably right.
It.
She's probably a new professor.
You can't tell women what to do anymore, Dr. Jones. This is our time.
Yep, I bet you $5 you're right. You know what it is? She's going to be the new professor coming in. He's retiring, and she's going to go along with him on his adventure, and she's going to prove that Whammons can be just as cool as Indiana Jones.
Mm-hmm. Indiana Jones 5, Raiders of the Lost box office. Yeah. Indiana Jones 5, The Kingdom of Metamucil.
Lucifer, we haven't heard from you. What's
going on?
Your thoughts?
Are you an indie fan? I mean,
I just want to say, what's going on, Lucifer? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. And it's good to see you, Rob.
This is the only context where I could say, what's going on, Lucifer? How you doing, buddy? And it's not blasphemous. Well, it's probably blasphemous anyway.
Honestly, at this point.
So I have a little confession to make. I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie.
Oh my God! Raiders of the Lost Ark. Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. Indiana Jones started because Lucas and Spielberg wanted to make a Bond movie and they couldn't get the rights, and then Lucas says to Spielberg, "Oh, let's make a James Bond movie," and Spielberg says, "I got something better."
So like a similar thing to like Sam Raimi wanting to make a movie of The Shadow, but he couldn't, so he made Darkman.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There was another movie, like there was supposed to be Doctor Strange movies in the early 90s. I can't remember that one, but this guy made something just like it.
Oh, that's Charles
Dr.
Band.
Mordred.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Mordred. Yes.
I have that on Blu-ray. Yeah. I haven't seen Indy, but I've seen Dr. Mordred.
As you would say in the UK, brilliant.
Exactly.
But like, see, you can take a familiar idea and put an original spin on it and just tweak it enough so that it becomes something completely new. But oh my God. But it's like I said, Indiana Jones was just James Bond, but he was just like a professor rather than a spy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and it took place in the 30s, yeah. But
and it was a tribute to like the serials and stuff.
Oh yeah, But this is, like I said, Lucifer Storm. I would say frequently that Kathleen Kennedy would sit around at Lucasfilm and said, "Listen, this is." She saw all these properties. Okay, I've ruined Star Wars, and she got to Indiana Jones and she said, she threw up her hands. I don't know what to do with this. I don't, because it's a series that is named after a straight white male, starring a straight white male, finding other straight white males in a time where the hero has to be a straight white male. Someone said to me one time, well, Indiana Jones could be black. I mean, it doesn't change who the character is. I'm like, yeah, how does he disguise himself as a Nazi if he's black? I'm like, yeah, we all know about the famous, infamous all black German SS divisions. Yeah. I'm like, use your fucking brain.
I mean, look, like I just said, I haven't seen any Indiana Jones movies before. I have a feeling I really need to change that as soon as humanly possible.
You really do. More than I need to watch that like Stephen King thing, like that's The Stand on Me or whatever it was called.
Have you ever heard about
Stand on Me is a totally different movie.
Stand on Me, yeah, that's
just like Indiana Jones is a completely different movie. I do not want to get those two mixed up. But one thing I can say as an outsider to all of this is I feel like your predictions are very right, because we're seeing that pattern with so many movies where it's like, now we've got a female lead next to them and they're going to usher out the old white guy and they're going to come in and replace him and be like, see, we're just as tough. My problem with that stands on this. When you start doing that, you are saying to a whole demographic, there, don't worry, you're not strong enough to do this on your own, but we've got you because we've got broken toys that we couldn't even be bothered to super glue back together. Here, have our fucking trash. And I just think that's super fucking insulting.
It's patronizing, is what it is.
Yes, completely.
Yes. Oh, that's it. Oh, don't worry, sweetie. We'll give you. We'll make sure. Yeah, But But the other thing, there's an author, Clive Cussler, who I'm a fan of.
Yeah.
And he actually, there's only been 2 Clive Cussler Dirk Pitt movies ever made. One was Raise the Titanic, which was abysmal.
Mm-hmm.
And Sir Lou Grade actually said it would have been cheaper to raise up the ocean than actually, raise, to lower the ocean than it was to raise the Titanic.
Yeah.
Lost an insane amount of money. And the other one was Sahara, starring Matthew McConaughey, which is a bad movie. I have a soft spot because it is actually not that it's not horrible, but it's not great by any imagination. But it's close. It's close to a Dirk Pitt movie.
Yeah.
When Clive Cussler saw Raiders of the Lost Ark, he said he walked out of the theater nearly in tears. His wife said to him, "What's wrong?" He said, "This is what I always imagined. This is what I always imagined for my characters." Like, so, oh God, but it's this this whole idea, nothing is sacred. Everything can be everything can be just this. Everything's this malleable thing that we can bend and shape to our whims. And these are fictional characters. You can do whatever you want. No, you can't, asshole.
They may be fictional characters, but they're real to some people out there. I mean, like, obviously, in comics, you guys know about the whole sort of like we're changing all these different characters in Marvel and DC to fit this demographic and this demographic, and then the readers are kicking off about it, and their response is to go, well, you're an ist and a phobe and a bad person and a bigot. And it's like, what these people don't seem to realize is whether they like it or not, there are lots of people out there who have gone through a shitty time in their life. Maybe they've actually been on the verge of saying, I don't want to be on this planet anymore. I don't want to wake up anymore. And then they've connected with that character. That character could be the aforementioned Spider-Man. It could be Batman. It could be Indiana Jones. It could be Doc Brown from Back to the Future. And that character has helped them to say, I can get through this. I will stay on this planet and I will get through this tough shit and I'll be okay. Shit will be better. And then they see that person that helped them change into something that they don't recognize anymore. It's really fucking painful for them. So I wish they would stop this bullshit. You want to help out certain demographics because you think they're too weak and feeble to do it for themselves, which I think is a pretty shitty point of view in the first place. Make new characters. As we mentioned earlier, Indiana Jones exists because George Lucas and Steven Spielberg were like, we can't make a James Bond movie, but I want to. Darkman exists because Sam Raimi wanted to make a movie of The Shadow, but couldn't. You can do that. That works. That's fine. You're giving the world something new. You are creating a new character that someone at the lowest point of their life could come across and go, this is amazing. This has inspired me to fucking make shit better. Don't piss on these fucking characters. I haven't even seen an Indiana Jones movie, and it does fucking upset me that they're like, nah, we're gonna fuck with it. We're gonna change it. We're gonna mold it like it's a piece of fucking clay. No, you are pissing on all this good work that character has been able to do, both directly and indirectly, and it's fucking disgusting, if you ask me.
Yeah. And you're dead on there, Lucifer. And I've seen a lot of this lately with this whole idea of ignoring the past, shitting all over it.
Let the past die. Kill it if you have
and
to.
Even just
until we need it for merchandising and marketing purposes.
Well, and hate for the elder in general. Just a lot of it. And it's just like, where is this coming from? We've never had this mentality before. Why is it all of a sudden canon doesn't matter? The things that you say don't matter, and those are very important, powerful things. And that's where when, people come after others, great examples when Pablo Hidalgo made fun of, Star Wars theory for getting all emotional over the Luke Skywalker bit in Mandalorian. It's like, no, wait a minute. These characters mean something to people.
Yes.
And just shitting all over them the way you do, or treating them the way you do just for your propaganda.
Best Halloween costume I ever made was Indiana Jones. And I stepped out, I got out of the car, put on the hat, had the leather jacket on, and then I looked down and I saw my shadow in the cast in the street light. I was like, damn, I need to dress like this every single day. This is fucking cool. Just that iconic shadow is just like, wow. And then you feel like Indiana Jones.
Yes.
And it's just this great, it's just this great feeling, like, wow, like I have some sort of connection to that. I could never be as cool as that. I could never have those kind of adventures, but for that 1 second,
but it helps you.
It
helps you big time. Like, there's a YouTuber called Just Some Guy, if I remember correctly.
No.
And yeah, he's done plenty of videos about this kind of stuff when it happens in comics and all that. And he opened up on one of his videos about how one of his friends that he knows was abused horribly as a child. And one of the things that helped them through that was connecting with Batman, because it taught that kid at the time to be like, I need to be that little bit stronger to fight this. Who's the strongest person that I know that I respect? It's fucking Batman, right? It's the whole reason why there's so many people out there who they pray to like whatever deity, to whatever god, and they look up to them. In their eyes, they are real. In other people's eyes, they question whether they're real or not. Doesn't matter. It's helped them to get through something. I had a character that I created shortly after, well, I was kind of working on the character leading up to my dad's death back in 2010 called Jericho. And it was a story about this superhero who was like, my arch nemesis is cancer. Like, how do you defeat that when that's your arch nemesis? It was something that I had to do. It felt really cathartic. It was really personal. I put that book out there and lots of people took to it. I didn't think many would. And then I got an email one day from a guy in the US who said that, they had been diagnosed with testicular cancer and that they had only been given a few weeks left to live. They sat there and they thought to themselves, do I want to go through the chemotherapy? Because that's going to be hell. Do I want to die from this shitty disease? Or do I just end it now? And they honestly thought about taking their lives. And then they picked up Jericho. They picked up that first issue and they said, I'm going to give it a shot, even if I fail, because there's a character here who's fighting for people like me. I didn't hear from that person for a good year or so. And I thought, shit. They've been taken, like their time has come. They are no longer part of the mortal coil. 2 years later, they messaged me and said, thank you so much for doing that book, because if it wasn't for that book, I would have taken my life. But instead, I carried on and I fought it. And I'm 2 years later and I'm in remission. Right?
Oh, wow.
Do not fuck with other people's characters.
There's that great speech actually in Spider-Man 2 where Aunt May goes people, and she explains the values of people having heroes. It's someone that you look to. It gives you strength, that gives you a common shared experience with someone. Say, I remember when this guy did this great thing. Someone who teaches you to hold on just a little bit longer.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we've had a whole generation growing up in the 90s. I'm Generation X, but we have all these millennials and Generation Z. They grew up when they saw people wearing these t-shirts that said kill your heroes, kill your idols with Jesus on them. And I'm like, no, that's not what that fucking means. That means you don't kill your idols.
Yeah.
And Super SJ2 says, I had chemo. It sucked. So, yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope you never have to go through it again.
No shit.
Because that's a horrible, horrible thing.
Especially
also,
with the very
I want to give you also like a real-life YouTube a little quirk right now. You know what just happened? In light of this recent development, I just changed the title and the thumbnail for this live stream to reflect the new emerging topic for those that will listen to this later on Midnight's Edge Live Archives, which is incidentally, in case you weren't aware, is where all the live streams go after they're no longer on the main channel. So to those of you who listen there, the original title here was like referring to Spider-Man and Sony and Netflix and all that jazz with a picture of that. And now I just replaced it with Phoebe Waller-Bridge, the new replacement Indiana Jones in thumbnail. It was instantly demonetized.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Oh man!
Oh,
Oh
shit.
so they're
Of course it was.
Of course, yeah. Gotta go that extra mile to protect them, don't you? But you know what? Here's the other thing. I've been thinking about this for a while now. Everybody who is making shit now, making it like whether it's film, who the fuck is calling me? Fuck off. You can let the machine get it. Everybody who's making television, making movies now, writing, whatever, a lot of them have grown up, just about all of them have grown up in the time where heroes were torn down. Whether it was Bill Clinton, whether it was Hugh Grant, whatever. What do you mean? Heroes are there. Look, your heroes are fallible. They're weak. They're not who you think you are. They're not who you think they are. Ha 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 ha. You worship heroes? Ha 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 ha. Fool. Don't you know you can't rely on them or anyone? And that's what we're seeing reflected in the broader pop culture now. We're seeing this desire to tear down people of stature. I'm like, no, well, listen, if you're fucking Kim Kardashian, yeah, by all means, tear them the fuck down. They add nothing. But, for people who work and strive and to better themselves, I'm like, no, this person, if someone fights a long, hard road to get where they are, I'm like, no, these are people you hold up. And it's, hey, wow, I admire that guy. Whether it's, like I said, whether it's an inventor, a scientist, or an athlete, or someone you can look to, or your parents, someone who fights hard for them, people in your community, the guy doing volunteer work at the soup kitchen, whether those are real life heroes. The policeman who may pull a drowning child out of a lake, or a fireman who runs into a building burning. Like, these are people who are worthy of our admiration. They're not someone who worth tearing down. But no, we see it, like I said, we see it in the broader pop culture. We see it in broader society. We want to tear people down. That's not saying that if they fuck up, they should be held accountable. Everybody we do need accountability.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we don't recognize people on the performing things based on the merits of what they do anymore.
The only people who want to tear down heroes and destroy them are
Eric
Draven.
Wait. Eric Draven. No. I'm not calling Bill Clinton a hero. I'm saying people like him are torn down. Prominent people are torn down. Yeah. And it's become common in society to see someone, I'm going to take them down a peg.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring them down to my level.
As you said, there are some people who have done some shitty things and they do need to be held accountable. I agree with you 100%. There are some people that haven't done shitty things. They've just done some stuff that a couple of people think are shitty. And those people go beyond the call of duty when it comes to trying to rip those people down. Those people have their own skeletons in their closet. That's why they're fucking doing it, because they don't want to take accountability for their shitty actions, because then their fragile little egos will shatter and they can't handle that. They don't know how to handle that. So what better way than to ruin shit for everyone else so that they can put themselves on the pedestal and go, look at me, I'm your new god now.
Exactly. So, like I said, Bill. If you think about it, like I said, Bill Clinton had skeletons in his closet. What was the worst thing he did? He got his winky whacked, which is not illegal.
Well, let's not get into that.
Well, but that's a whole other that's a whole other discussion.
That's a whole other discussion.
It's a whole other discussion. But at the same time, like I said, like I said, the people who have the most, usually it's it comes back to the Bible. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I just want to let everyone know that we are available for birthday parties, bar mitzvahs. We'll make it all joyful for you guys.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, but getting back into the topic at hand then. So Phoebe Waller-Bridge lands female lead, and yeah, I agree completely with your predictions, Tom. I think that's absolutely where this is going to go. Tom, would you care to repeat your prediction for where this is going to go, so that we can repeat that prediction with a certain movie clip come when we learn more? Or maybe it was Rob. I think it was Rob. You made a prediction. Repeat your prediction.
Yeah, that they were looking for Kathleen. Kathleen Kennedy was looking for the last. This is the last franchise she had to ruin, and she was looking for a way to ruin it. And now, what you're going to see is this movie's going to most likely it's going to take place in the '60s when feminism is starting to take root, and she's going to say, "Ha! You can't keep me. This is my time, Dr. Jones. You can't keep me down. Women are rising, and you'll be put in your place. So there, ha 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 ha. You know." And oh no, I don't have to wear a miniskirt and be a slave to modern fashion. I'm my own woman. You know, I'm not thinking that was actually a sign of empowerment at the time. Oh, look, I'm a beautiful woman and I'm going to show off my assets. But he's going to sit around and he's going to sit around with his thumb up his ass while she does everything. I guarantee even fucking money says that's what happens. And I'm going to be there, and I will be the first one to say, "I told you so."
And how much money would you put on this character being 100% a Mary Sue?
Oh God, it's what you call a sucker's bet. Really? No,
I would like to point out that that you can kind of like see like. Okay, I'm going to start one more time. Going back to Star Wars, Rey was not just a Mary Sue; she was a Kathleen Kennedy self-insert,
and that's exactly
you could kind of see the resemblance, and I see like the same thing here. Like she's Phoebe Waller-Bridge, just like kind of like the same type-ish as Rey, or as the actress portraying Rey. So I think that we might be looking at another Kathleen Kennedy insert, like just based on like the visual things here.
Look at all
could be coincidence, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, it's not coincidence. Look at the female leads. They're all brown-haired, British, and they all have this same look. All of them. They're all this is how she sees herself. This is how she sees. She obviously does. She thinks she's too smart to be an American. So she wants someone with because the other thing, don't take this the wrong way, Lucifer Storm, but Hollywood has had a boner for British talent for ages now. Because
I want to hear what Script Doctor has to say, because he points out KK wishes she was a tall British brunette.
Yes.
Script, let me know if you're available in the comments. I'll send you the link if you are.
Yeah.
Hollywood, like as I said, Hollywood has had a boner for British talent for ages now because you get around the SAG rules of paying people the SAG minimums. Let's just say I wanted to cast Andre. Let's say if Andre was an American. Let's just say for purposes of discussion, Andre is an American, and I'm making the big movie. Let's see. Do we get Andre, who's an American? We have to pay him $1 million? No. Let's get Joe English over here, who's in BAFTA already, so we can pay him $200,000, and we can market it easier overseas because it looks quote unquote less American because we have a star now that's recognized outside the United States. And I just dropped my back scratcher, and it legitimizes them, and having a British star legitimizes their work in the eyes of their low-life Hollywood peers. I've got a British person in my movie. What do you have? Another American from Florida or Alabama?
Do you remember the days when they used to say, "We've got a villain to cast"? You know what voice sounds most villainous? The British accent.
A creepy British guy. There's actually. Have you ever played Grand Theft Auto 5?
No, I'm not a video game guy.
Okay, but there's this talk radio station called Blaine County Radio, right. And this guy running for office, like governor of California, San Andreas, they call it.
Yeah.
And he goes, "How many movies have you seen? Who's always the guy threatening the world?" It's never an American. It's always some creepy British guy.
That was so true at one point. It really was. Look at Alien 3. All the criminals in Alien 3, all British for that exact reason of like, listen to their voices. They're very creepy.
Yeah. Brian Cox,
but that
actor,
only goes for British men, because apparently with British women comes class and poshness.
Yeah, well, there is something.
So Kathleen Kennedy evidently has never been to Essex.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I was just about to say it all depends on where in England that they come from. Because do you want someone who talks like me, who sometimes trips over their words, but most of the time he does his best? Or do you want someone who talks like this, mate? I mean, like, really, like, do you fucking want some? Yeah, do you want that British girl?
You're looking for a bunch of five.
Yeah, no, I very much doubt that Kathleen Kennedy is much aware of the chavs or chavettes. She's just going to go with the more traditional Oxford-educated type, or something that Americans will perceive, or certainly that her peers in the industry will see through that lens, and that's what we're seeing right here.
But again, though, like I said, this speaks to how she sees herself. She sees herself as being so sophisticated that she could only have someone of this nature and stature portray herself as a self-insert. She's not going to get someone with a Cockney accent, portraying her, or she's not going to get someone from Manchester.
On that note, I just have to say, like Darth Maul says, we need more Liverpool representation. And you know what? You would have gotten that had it not been for J.J. Abrams, because he is rebooting Justice League Dark, and more specifically, he's rebooting John Constantine, who is a proud Liverpudlian in the comics. But since J.J. Abrams likes to do things 25% different, his Constantine will no longer be from Liverpool. He will instead be Southeast Asian.
Yeah, that makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, you haven't heard about that?
No, I have not heard about it. I knew J.J. Abrams was doing Justice League Dark, and I love the character of Constantine. I love the Hellblazer comics and stuff. I've enjoyed Justice League Dark comics. So
they are very explicitly looking for a Riz Ahmed type, so black or Southeast Asian. That is key first and foremost before anything else is what they're looking for in J.J. Abrams' John Constantine. You will, of course, appreciate that I said Constantine and not Constantine.
They want to fucking do what now? This is just madness. Absolute fucking madness. Like, such a well-established character. Like, he was pretty much molded because of what Alan Moore did. What? This is fucking weird. Like,
okay, I'm very happy.
I am on Earth, right?
Welcome to the future. Welcome to the future.
Yes, you are on Earth Shillette timeline.
Right, I think I need to go back to hell immediately.
How do you know? I mean, we're already in it.
I mean, look, I may be the devil, but I'm not a fucking monster. This is just what? I can't wrap my head around it. I need to calm myself down with like a Pringles sandwich or something. This is just all kinds of weird.
Well, I have some potentially good news for you though. First, I have to say that I'm very, very glad that we didn't get the reaction, and we maybe would have wanted to like this Indiana Jones news, but of course we made up for it by bringing up some Constantine things in here. But the good news is that there's going to be one more John Constantine. And that's actually going to be on Netflix, because Netflix are developing a Sandman series.
Yes.
And that will also feature John Constantine. And the rumor, this is not yet confirmed, so it may not be true, but the rumor is that they have the pitch perfect casting of Taron Egerton.
Excellent. I can actually give you a little bonus on that as well, because
please share.
because I live in a little town called Bournemouth, right down in the arse end of England. Like,
I've
you
been there.
go, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a film crew from Netflix who are currently filming literally where I'm sat right now. If I throw a stone in that direction, I will hit Mary Shelley's grave. If I hit a stone in that direction, I will hit the Netflix crew who are currently filming Sandman.
And if they're filming right here, they're either filming the scenes with Charles Dance as the old man. I forgot his name right now, but you know the character, the one who starts it all. Or they're filming Constantine. So if you can find out, that would be sweet. Because I've been trying to dig. I've asked everyone I know who might know, and they all say that we don't know. Like, we think it might be him. Like, but there's confusion because he was in the Sandman audio adaptation, where again he was absolutely pitch perfect, and many wanted him to reprise that role which he nailed in the Netflix series. But did they cast him, or did they go a completely different direction like they did with Lucifer in that series? Which I will say, did you hear about that, by the way?
I know that it's sometime in May we're getting the second half of season 5, and I heard that they finished filming season 6.
No, I'm talking about Lucifer in the
Sandman.
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear something about that. Haven't they? They've gone for androgynous, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they've gone for that for like that woman in Game of Thrones. Like, I forgot her name right now. Like the tall blonde one.
Yeah,
Gwendolyn,
which I feel is an inspired choice, all in all.
Gwendolyn Christie.
Yes, thank you. If you first have to gender bend Lucifer, that's actually not a bad direction.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the first time Lucifer's Satan has been gender bent on screen. I mean, Elizabeth Hurley played her in a comedy called
this is the one that's established from the comics.
Okay, yeah.
This is supposed to be the same character that is completely mauled by that stupid Lucifer series that I personally hate because I like the comics.
Okay. Gwendolyn Christie, yeah, she's a tall drink of water, yeah. So, I mean, okay, all right.
Yeah.
All I know with
Dr. Dave says that he went to school with an androgynous.
There's a song actually by the Replacements called Androgynous. I'm not going to sing it here, but it's here comes Dick. He's wearing a skirt. Here comes Jane. You know, she's sporting a chain.
Oh yes, yes. The only thing I can add to the whole Sandman filming thing is, like I said, it's very close to where I'm sat right now. From the information that we've been given so far here in my little town, because obviously when they started setting things up to do filming, people were flocking like crazy going, oh, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? At one moment, people were saying it's going to be a Marvel show. And then they were saying it's going to be a DC show. At one point, they thought it was Batman or a Batman spin-off. Then they finally said, look, we're here filming Sandman. That's what we're doing. And the reason it's happening is because obviously they had locations like Florida Beach and stuff like that. But because of the pandemic and everything, they have to film everything in the UK. So they were like, okay, we need to film this part on Miami Beach or Florida Beach or whatever. What beach around here in the UK is closest to that? And that's why they're very close to where I am.
Yeah, of course, because you have some nice beaches there in the south.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's cool. And Manic Pixie Fangirl says the Lucifer show is great, Andre. Fight me. Yeah, no. If you enjoy it, good for you. But I hate that thing. I can't stand that guy as Lucifer or the entire direction of it, because I've read the comics and I know what we're losing out on. And if I had not read the comics, I just would have thought it was so freaking stupid every time he says, "Tell me your desire." Like, I want such a punchable face. But
Well, as Lucifer, all I can say is you should never accept pale imitations, which is why my Twitter handle is the Lucifer Storm. Don't accept substitutes.
No, exactly, and that's why I say Mike Carey's Lucifer, because Neil Gaiman may have invented him, but it was Mike Carey that kind of like made him great. So yeah, and Lucifer. Speaking of, you just froze there.
Yes, I'm currently trying to figure that one out, but don't worry, I'm still here. You haven't got rid of me. That's
the most important thing. So, Rob, any final thoughts on the James Bond news before we move on? How excited
there's
are
James
you?
Bond news. There's James Bond news.
So I meant Indiana Jones. I was just thinking that Phoebe Waller-Bridge is also destroying James Bond. So I just had a brain fart there.
Well, let's just say I was looking forward more to my colonoscopy than this movie. So I mean, and if you've had that procedure done, it's no picnic. So about the day before, when you have to drink all the stuff and get cleaned up, and was ready to murder someone for a bagel. I really was.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, so it's gonna be like, it's gonna go down like a Tabasco enema. That's what's gonna.
Yeah. So what are you looking forward to more or less? Phoebe Waller-Bridge's Indiana Jones or Phoebe Waller-Bridge's James Bond? I know both are near and dear to you. So like, how does it feel seeing her ruin two of your favorite properties?
It's like, oh God. It's actually, it feels pretty shit, Andre. There's no other way to describe it.
If it feels, it probably feels twice as bad as I feel about Lucifer.
All my favorite stuff's being ruined. I mean, Captain America's being ruined, Indiana Jones is being ruined, James Bond is being ruined. I'm just glad the Beatles had the sense to break up when they did.
Yeah, there's point for that. They left before they went over the hill.
Yeah, that's it. Guys, you know what? We kind of done all we can. It's time to call it quits. Well, go out while we're still on top. Before they were, playing Vegas, in sequin jumpsuits.
And we have some more news to go through.
Oh,
but before that, I'm going to go catch up on some super chats.
All right, I gotta jump here, actually, guys. So that's I gotta take care of a couple. They gotta take care of a couple things. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming and dropping by and sharing your reactions and sharing your feelings.
You're thanking me for that. I mean, oh my God. God.
No, fine. Andre, you should be thanking us for being group therapy.
Oh, Andre, you got a sick sense of humor, man. I'm telling you. All right.
When you're dead inside, you have to compensate some other ways. So,
okay, everybody. Thanks, everybody. I'll catch you on the flip side. If you can't be good, be bad. Everybody, Lucifer Storm, good talking again. Tom, Andre,
good to you, mate.
Everybody in the chat. We will see you later. Okay, I gotta go be tortured in other ways now. Oh,
that sounds like a plan.
All right, see you later.
Yeah, all right.
See you, man. Take care.
Yeah, and we have some other Lucasfilm related news, but before we do, we're gonna get into some super chats, and one we can bring up on screen is House Atreides, who says, Lucifer Storm, when are you going to take KK to her special place in a certain hot place where she has to take orders from toxic white males?
Well, you see, here's the thing. In hell is a wonderful place, because if you're a smoker like me, you're never without a light. Okay, that's always a great start. It's the only place where you can see the legendary Bill Hicks open up for Jimi Hendrix, right? It's too good a place for her. I say send her to the other place. They'll bore her to death. They'll do a better job than I can at torturing her.
There you go. And Dr. Fate says, I completely agree with Andre. Mike Carey's run on Lucifer is one of the best pieces of literature I have ever read. Yeah, it's so underrated. Like, I hold it right up there with Sandman. Like, to me, they're the same ballpark, the two of them. Some of the best comics ever written.
Yeah, completely agree with that. There are some great comics out there that are just out of this world, that don't get enough attention. And that run is definitely one of them.
Yeah. And Stephen Otten says, it feels real shit. Copyright Rob. April 9th, 2021.
There's a shirt for you right there.
Yeah, indeed it is. And then that's all the super chats I can bring up on screen. But I am going to refresh with an F, not P. And then we are going to catch up with some others as well before we move on. Then we have Ashen Jackal, who says, hello, Lucifer and everyone else, I guess. Well, hello to you.
My man Ashen.
And Rush Patel says, I would rather have Keanu back as Constantine rather than some random from Southeast Asia. So, point there. And Stephen Otten says, if they want a Riz Ahmed type, just get Riz Ahmed and be done with it. He'll be miscast, but at least he's a good actor.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, you know.
Yeah. And House Atreides says, Lucifer, please take that KK with you, please. I believe you already answered that. And Dash D's says, KK wants to be English. She turned out Welsh. Maybe she'll do a Postman Pat adaptation next. That would be something.
This is turning into a very British episode of Midnight's Edge, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when we have some Brits on, that does have a tendency to happen. And HyperGuyver2 says, to see what has become of my childhood heroes boils my blood to the point of absolute violence. I want nothing more than to absolutely destroy them. Well, as long as you do so in words, let's keep it to that.
Yes, absolutely.
And Stephen Otten, in reference to what I said when I changed the title and thumbnail of this, already demonetized. Why am I not shocked? And Dash D's says, same thing with Confederate statues. Tear it all down. Spider Unlimited says, just purchased my copy of Lady Satan. Cannot wait. So, yeah.
You are officially awesome. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And if they try to, send them to me. I will have a very cool, calm conversation that they won't enjoy. That will prove that you are officially awesome. Thank you so much for backing the book.
Yes. And Mr. Tickletrunk says, if they wanted to launch a parallel movie about a female lead series in the same cinematic universe, but with its own spin, fans would be okay with it. Emphasize on parallel movie, not like the actual movie. So, yeah. And Stephen Otten says, Rob is my spirit animal. Yes, I actually said that. And Archangel G says, Hollywood doesn't seem to understand the concept of standing upon the shoulders of giants. They want to change the giant. Indeed, they do. It would appear so. And Dash D's says, Lucifer speaks truth. That was me and me. Thank you again. Ian Levinson says for $5, Mangold is a good director. Is it naive to hope that KK and Waller-Bridge won't mess with the script? Fleabag is great, but she isn't a genre writer. Lucifer, are you familiar with Fleabag? Have you seen that series? You know, being British and all.
No, I haven't actually.
Yeah, no, I didn't think you would have, but it was worth asking. And that 70s rock fan says, this will probably be a bridge too far. Yeah, I see what you did there. And says, I watched Fleabag and didn't care for it because it felt outdated, like a remake of Sex and the City. And the DCV Titan says, Tom, didn't you call that they put a strong female lead in the next indie movie? I think you've earned your favorite line.
I'm not sure if I did, but I'm sure we all did, and especially Rob. So this is for Rob.
I fucking knew it! Oh!
We're gonna get so much more mileage out of that clip. If anyone can think of where Rob or something has said that particular thing before, so we have the prediction, let me know, and I'll clip it into a video and give you a thanks in the comments or in the description for it.
Rob's been pretty much hardcore on that since day one.
Yeah, I know, but we need to find a place where.
I know.
I don't have time to sift through like 40 hours of previous live shows to find that one thing. But if anyone happens to remember where, then let me know. And Stephen Otten says, this is what happens when the coffee girl takes over the studio. James Mangold should know better. I wasn't going to watch anyway. And Mr. Tickledrunk says, so with this new Indiana Jones news, how long now until they start licensing characters when they run out of money? Well, yeah, it's still going to be a while because Disney's going to find that from other places before they do. And Dash D's, I should have said this before, so sorry for missing it, but we'll bring it to Rob. Dash D's says, hey, Rob, I'll set you up with my therapist. You need to learn how to express yourself. If you keep stuffing your emotions, your toenails will pop off. You see, that's why I always tell him, share your feelings, Rob. Because I know that. Like, you have to share your feelings. Sharing is good. And someone with the Italian temper, like Rob, absolutely needs to share his feelings with all of us so that we can feel a little bit better at his expense. So, yeah. And Mr. Tickletrunk just says, pass. And Spider Unlimited says there are only 3 indie movies. End convo.
That's true.
That's very true. And Revcor says female indie. Oh God, why? No wonder Spielberg left. And I'm just going to refresh and see if we are caught up then. Just give me 1 second here. That's how we roll. We are not quite caught up because... and Stephen Alton says, and every Welshman just said, fuck off. And Rush Patel says, how would it be to have Razor Fist and Lucifer on together? I think that would be pretty freaking sweet. That's what I think. What do you think, Lucifer?
I would certainly be up for that. I haven't spoken to Razor Fist before. I have seen his content. I would love to get a chance to speak with him properly on a show like this.
You know what? When you mentioned that thing about Darkman being the end result of a failed attempt at making the Shadow, you were channeling Razor Fist right there.
You know what happened if you got Razor Fist on here right now? Everybody be like, "Oh, there's some really cool dark band and some guy named Tom."
Exactly, and
got a really dark Norwegian guy. They got the Devil from the UK, and they got Razor Fist. That's a hell of a band. Who's that white?
People think there's a glitch with StreamYard or something. They'd be like, "Why are they showing Razor Fist twice?"
Oh shit! That's before and after the haircut.
Yeah,
it's the British version.
And then House Atreides says, are we going to complain about an Asian Constantine if wokeness is kept out? At this point in time, keeping wokeness out is more important. Well, the reason that they're going with an East Asian Constantine in the first place is... yeah, you know, so it's kind of like a moot point. But with that, we are actually caught up. So I heard that we have some slightly new information in the whole Rosario Dawson thing. We've already reported that the Kathleen Kennedy camp at Lucasfilm, they are gunning for everyone associated with the Favreau faction. And one of them, of course, that they haven't managed to take down just yet is Rosario Dawson. Like, really did serious damage by taking out Gina Carano.
Big time.
But they're not happy until everything is gone.
Mhm.
And Rosario Dawson, she is due to star in a whole Ahsoka Tano series. So if they can get rid of her, well, that's really going to be bad for Favreau and his faction, isn't it?
Big time.
Lucifer, I know that you have some more information here. Why don't you share not your feelings, but the information?
Yeah, from what I've heard, I heard this from Andy Signor at Popcorn Planet. I also saw something about it on the Bounding Into Comics website. There have been leaked details about the show. I'm not exactly sure what they are, to be honest with you. But because of that, you've got the Snowflake Mafia. The Cry Bullies are coming out of the woodwork, especially on Twitter, doing their best, trying to cancel Rosario Dawson again, claiming that she's a transphobe and this, that, and the other.
Going
all
back
because
to
of
the old talking points, do they have any new
Yes.
information?
No. They're going straight back to the old talking points because what was it? It was 20 different accusations were taken to court and 18 of them were dismissed. And that's without a settlement, which says a hell of a lot. It's, this stuff has been debunked. It's been proven that what Rosario was accused of was absolute horseshit. But they still have to cling on to it because it's what narcissists do. At the end of the day, they love to hang on to a narrative. If their narrative says that the sky is neon pink, it doesn't matter how many photos you show them. It doesn't matter if you take them outside and lift their head up and say, look at that, it's not neon pink. They will just say, you're wrong. The mirror is broken. That is actually neon pink. And that's what they're doing.
And to further what you said about the story, Bounding Into Comics actually has that story. So I'm going to try to bring it up on screen. I'm going to send it to you, Tom, in the private chat. See if you can't bring it up. And then I will read what we learned about the Ahsoka Tano series. And this is something that comes from scooper Daniel Richtman via Star Wars Stuff Twitter. And the description from Richtman, as further disseminated by Bounding Into Comics, reads, Ahsoka Tano is on the hunt for the evil Grand Admiral Thrawn in the hope it will help her locate the missing Ezra Bridger, the young Jedi that disappeared with Thrawn many years ago. Let's see. And this description follows a separate rumor from January that claimed the show would focus on Ahsoka's search for Grand Admiral Thrawn and Ezra Bridger. The rumor came from Kessel Run Transmissions, where host Corey states, the plot of Ahsoka is the search for Ezra Bridger, so it's going to be the search for Ezra and Thrawn. Corey also revealed the show would bring Sabine Wren to live action. We're going to see Sabine in live action. She is going to be co-starring alongside Ahsoka in this series. The description also follows rumors that Thrawn would make the jump to live action and could be the main villain in an heir to the Empire adaptation. Those rumors came from scooper Mikey Sutton. And on that note, I would also like to point out that we at Midnight Sedge ran with those rumors a good 5 months, I think, before Thrawn was mentioned in The Mandalorian Season 2. He already told us, and we told you, that they were building to Thrawn. He's going to be like the Thanos equivalent baddie. So kudos to Mikey Sutton. That's why we also.
Why couldn't he be like the Darth Vader equivalent? But
it's just a bit like
I know
because there's no Darth Vader in the MCU. Basically, that's who they're building towards.
I know. I'm
So yeah. But anyway, to those of you like Lucifer, how familiar are you with Star Wars and the animated series previously created by Dave Filoni, where these characters referenced first appeared, outside of Thrawn, that is, of course?
Wow. I have a Star Wars tattoo on my wrist.
Okay, that's pretty familiar with it then. Yeah.
I love the original trilogy. The prequels, like I like Revenge of the Sith, but it's not amazing. The other two we'll put over there. Everything beyond that point, I have not seen. I really don't have too much interest in, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, no, but just like an interest, I think is going to be a problem. But yeah, you can absolutely understand why the Kennedy faction would want to try to take down Rosario Dawson, because even though Gina Carano is gone, Favreau and everything he is doing still poses a threat, because this series right here, if this is popular, again, it could be something that's pleasing to fans, and it also goes a long way towards bringing back the Filoniverse, which the Kennedy faction wiped out alongside the rest of the extended universe.
Yeah.
So again, this is something that
with the asterisks of Clone Wars, but yeah,
with the asterisks of that, yes. But even there, like, it's not something they followed too adherently. Like, if there's one thing that you really have to give them a lot of flack for, of course, there's many things to give them a lot of flack for in Lucasfilm.
They don't have 500-page novels and comic books, Andre.
Yeah, no, because they got rid of them. They got rid of them, but that's what I mean. That they removed the entirety of the extended universe, which kind of like is understandable from a certain point of view. But then they said that everything that they did from here on out would be canon. And they haven't been able to keep their own canon straight 5 years in. Like, they can't do two comics that don't contradict each other. So nice going there, Lucasfilm. Really nice going. Tom, how excited are you for Ahsoka Tano, and do you think that they will be more successful in taking down Rosario Dawson this time than previous times?
Well, going off of what you were just saying, I mean, no, I'm not even the least bit excited for this. I haven't been excited for anything Star Wars in a while, but it has nothing to do with Favreau or Rosario, but everything to do with just the simple fact that the whole Gina Carano thing has kind of been that last straw for me with the Star Wars business. And when it comes to Rosario, I love her as an actress. I think she's great. I don't care about the character, but I'm sick and tired of them trying to cancel all the hot chicks. That's really what this is boiling down to. They started with the istophobes in their mind, you know, the white guys. Now they're going after all the hot chicks. So we know who's behind this. It's clearly the gay guys and the chicks who don't have boobs and are fat. So there you go. That's who the culprits are. No.
Well, okay.
We
can try to put it a different way.
I was making a joke, Andre.
But the better way would be to say that it's simply the Kennedy faction going after the Favreau faction.
Andre doesn't understand jokes sometimes. No, I don't care about the show, but I care about Rosario, and I do care about the whole point of this dredged up idea that she is some kind of transphobe in some way. It just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And
because it's completely nonsensical. That would be why.
Yeah. And of course, in their minds, the people that are going after her saying, oh, she's a phobe and this, that, and the other, these people do not seem to understand redemption whatsoever. They don't seem to understand nuance. They don't even seem to understand new information arising. You know, it's absolutely crazy. But I'm with Tom on this one. You know, I don't really care about the show and all that. Like I said, you know, my interests kind of like peaked after the prequel trilogy. I was like, you know what? I've had enough Star Wars. I love Star Wars, but I've had enough. I don't need any more. That's just my personal thing. But yeah, they definitely are going after the Favreau faction, as you've mentioned. And I think that's because Favreau, he doesn't really want to make shows that are infused with identity politics. He just wants to make something that's entertaining. Like, who would have thought?
Yeah, and that's very, very dangerous to the Kennedy faction, which are all about the agenda and very little else.
Well, and that's the thing is, even politically, he probably does lean left for the most part, and agrees with a lot of the things that a lot of these people say and whatnot. But that doesn't mean that, it means he doesn't want to tell a good story, and those things getting in the way of telling a good story is a problem. He sees that, obviously. And again, I mean, as far as the whole Gina thing, we all heard right up until the day she was supposedly fired, even though she just didn't have her contract renewed or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, they still did their best to
They did
cancel
their
her
best
by
to
adding how abhorrent she
What we
was.
were hearing
Also,
was,
on that note. But yeah, carry on, Tom.
I was just going to say, what we kept hearing was that they don't care about the politics shit. They just want to continue to make the show.
Yeah.
And once they took out Gina, who was next? What's the next thing that's in line now besides Boba Fett? This. Then once this is taken out, But anyway, you were saying, Andre?
Yes, on the note of Gina Carano, because everything that they put out there about her evidently had an effect. Because now her Twitter has also been, and this is also something that was reported by Banding Into Comics. We've briefly touched on this before. I don't recall if we touched on this in the morning show, but it bears repeating if we didn't. That Instagram, oh no, it's not just Twitter, now Instagram also begins automatically labeling Gina Carano content with warnings. So yeah, health warnings for Gina Carano also on Instagram. That's new, not just Twitter now, where they've already decided that people must be protected because they might not feel safe reading her tweets calling for inclusion and for coming together. Now Instagram is doing the same thing. How do you think that happened? That Instagram suddenly also decided that she's a horribly dangerous person? Lucifer, what did you have to do with this?
It wasn't my fault. I can tell you that much right now. You can blame me for a lot of things, but not this one. This is just madness, absolute madness. Like, I don't feel safe when boy bands are on television, but I don't demand that there be a fucking warning. I don't phone up the police about it or whatever. Like, how have people forgotten that if you don't like something or if something makes you feel uneasy, you've got one or two options: stick with it and hope for the best, or change the fucking channel. Like, it's once again, I'm in that state of, this is weird. Like, is this actually really happening? Am I in a fever dream? Like, have I been hit by a car or something? And this is like the memories that I'm witnessing before I die. It's crazy.
You're already in hell and you just don't know it yet.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're not in charge. That's the problem.
I know that's real hell. That is really hell.
Wait a minute.
Something's not quite right here. I leave you fuckers alone for 5 minutes.
But yeah, like, as far as Gina, all we can do is just keep talking about it and bringing attention to it and reminding people that she didn't do anything wrong.
Yes.
I mean, that's really all we can keep doing. And the same thing with Rosario. I mean, she's never done anything to deserve the attention she's getting because of this shit. This cancel party's coming from inside Lucasfilm. Gina said it herself. Basically, well, I can't say confirming, but adding weight to a lot of the shit that we've reported for the last, 2 years almost now, Andre?
Yeah, it's just a continuously evolving.
Actually, it's been closer to 2 years, I'd say, yeah, if not more.
Yeah. Indeed it has.
So yeah, what do we got for super chats though? In the meantime,
yes, for super chats we have. Let us see. We have Alex Acera who says for $9.99. Thank you so much. Great. KK and her Fox-aggressive staff can butcher Indy 2. Crystal Skull will be Raiders compared to this. But could this lead to KK bowing out, or is she still too radioactive in the industry? What
I
do
don't
you
think she's too radioactive. I mean, she goes along too much with the bubble thing. So she's well, here's the thing is I don't think KK has that much of a career in front of her. I think she'll retire, produce a few movies here and there, kind of like what her husband's doing now, Frankie. I mean, he's producing a lot of documentaries and shit. And outside of the Jurassic Park franchise, he doesn't really seem to be doing much other than that at the moment. But I mean, he could be that I'm not aware of, but just off of recollection, I mean, he's been doing just kind of his own little pet projects. So I see her doing more of that kind of a thing. And from what I hear, that's kind of more of what she should be doing anyway, or probably wants to be doing. Because, you know, this is, I wish we could go back in time and somebody could just tell her, look, this is not the job you want. I mean, of course she wants it because she wants to, you know, the power, the prestige, and that's who she is. She's a clout chaser. She attaches herself to people that are talented because she has none. And that's clear. I mean, it's really tough to believe that somebody like Kathleen Kennedy has gotten as far as she has with no talent. But then again, all you got to do is look at the people she's worked with.
You have to just be a politician.
Yeah.
So, yeah. She's a politician, and that's who moves ahead, because you have like this thing. It's not what you know, it's who you know. But beyond that, it's also a matter of how are you able to maneuver the people that you know. And that's being a politician. And that is the one thing that people like Kathleen Kennedy, like J.J. Abrams, to a somewhat lesser extent, but still Alex Kurtzman, excel at. That's why they've risen to the positions where they can completely ruin our popular culture without having the talent to be in those positions in the first place. They are politicians, and they have been promoted to their highest level of incompetence, and the only way to get them away is to promote them even further up to another position where they don't have direct creative responsibility.
Right. And to be clear, if she was a guy, I'd be saying the same fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's plenty of guys that are, you know, there's plenty of John. For every Kathleen Kennedy, there's a John Peters and a couple others just like him that are,
Sure, just look at how we've given Tom Rothman,
J.J. Abrams, Tom Rothman, Kurtzman, all those guys.
So yeah, it's not that we've got it in for her because she's a woman. We got it in for anyone who is in a position to either make or break our popular culture, while failing miserably and just breaking it.
Yeah, and I mean,
we go after him for that.
I don't see any problem with
her
opportunity
and going after us, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with her making the things like that Blood and Bones thing that she's working on. I mean, if I remember right, she was the one who encouraged Steven to do Color Purple. It's like, yeah, do stuff like that. Yeah. Like, that's your wheelhouse. Get the fuck away from the franchise stuff. Jurassic stuff, that's not your place to be. Even though you're part of that franchise, I get it. Indiana Jones, guess what, baby? It ain't famous because of you. You may have been in the second one and you may have been there from the start, but I guarantee you your husband had a lot more to do with that. And surely George Lucas and Steven Spielberg did than you did. I mean, Christ, you got Steven Spielberg and George Lucas right there on the set. You ain't doing shit. All the creative power is right there. You don't need to ask anybody else anything else. Like, those are the two guys you go to right away. You don't need to ask Kathy shit, because otherwise you're going to get crap like, well, what if he gets the dog in the end?
And that's an actual quote, by the way, from Steven Spielberg. It's not something that we make up. He actually said that. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's in a couple of our videos, I think, if not. Yeah, Brian asked, do I think that Paramount should have fought for Indiana Jones? They technically, I think, still have the distribution rights, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, that's a shared thing. So yeah,
they're going to be happy with just having a movie, period, because they get paid.
Exactly. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that in the slightest. There's nothing to fight for. Like, for instance, if you're if you're going up against Disney over one particular thing, you're going to lose. If it's that one thing on the table, like the reason, as we covered before, that Netflix was able to get the Spider-Man movies away is because it's not about that one thing. It's a whole deal with Sony for many, many, many things where that's included. That changes everything. But for like one thing, like the Indiana Jones franchise, like if Disney wants that lock, stock, and barrel, they're just going to buy Paramount out of it, and then everyone's going to be.
Well, it's not worth it for Paramount.
They did that with Marvel, for instance.
Yeah, and it's not worth anything for Paramount to fight for in this case, because what kind of a franchise is Indiana Jones? It's the first 3 films. Let's be fucking real. Yeah. And they own the distribution rights to the first 3 films, or 4 films, actually, as far as I know. So we don't count that last one, though. But so really, in the end, they've got the better part of the deal. I'm sure even if Disney has this last one lock, stock, and barrel, they're just like, whatever. Because even though I still don't, I think it is a joint deal, Andre, if I remember right.
Yeah, it probably is. I do believe it is so. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I think it is.
I think it's like a 50-50 thing, and they got distribution, and but I don't know about the video rights part of it.
Yeah, it's very rare that you get a straightforward deal with these guys. There's always little complications.
There are. I mean,
well, and George was
the lawyers put in there to justify their own existence.
Not just lawyers, but George is very smart about these things.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because he knows how to hire the right lawyers.
So that's where I'm curious if they may, when they bought Lucasfilm, that's my point, is they may have bought the whole thing lock, stock, and barrel, but they just don't have the distribution right on the previous films, and they don't get the new one. That's all. That's
like a similar thing that was with Star Wars and Fox. You had
and Marvel.
Buy a whole Fox to get that, and Marvel. But there they bought Paramount out of it. So they got
that is true. So this could be like a Marvel situation, but I don't think they paid any. I think that they're just going to co-produce it with Paramount.
Yeah,
so.
probably. But we'll see about it. But we have a couple of more super chats.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Because we got.
And our toxic femme Lorena Creole is in the chat as well. Hello.
Oh, hey.
Awesome. Send you the link, Lorena, if you're.
Yeah. Until then, Tiberius Monk says, Midnighters, an awesome trailer was released for the 80s sci-fi documentary In Search of Darkness. Would you be able to play that on the stream today?
In Search of Tomorrow, you mean?
In search of tomorrow. Yes,
we can probably do that. I don't see why not.
Do you have it? Because
I actually do have it up here, to be honest with you.
Okay. Do you have because I don't have our link and everything like that ready.
I don't. I don't know if we have one yet for the.
No, we don't have one yet. So let's wait with that until Monday.
Okay. Well,
Monday. We'll play it on Monday.
All right, we'll do that Monday then, and maybe we can get Andy to come in here for Monday. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. Monday we'll have that trailer for you. We just have to sort some stuff out behind the scenes here before we have it. And until then, Stephen Otten also says, as far as I'm concerned, anything not written by George Lucas or under his supervision is not canon. Star Wars has burned me too many times. And Stephanie Yanisek Smuggler's Cantina says, pretty sure that's not the new Indy since Ford's in the movie. Yeah, that's true. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is not literally the new Indiana Jones, which is why I say the new replacement Indiana Jones.
Well, and it just says the new female lead, which we've said.
Yeah,
we kind of predicted what her role will probably be.
Exactly. And she's going to basically be replacing his role in the movie, though not literally his character.
Right.
And I do feel fairly confident that you can take that to the bank. Certainly confident enough to run with that title. And Ross Bampfield says for £4 99. Oh, you know him. Hail Midnight's Edge. Hail Lucifer, good to see you, buddy. Nothing good can come from Disney owning these things.
That doesn't surprise me. Ross is not a Disney fan whatsoever.
Yeah, no, we figured. And with that, we are caught up. So, gentlemen, do we have any other news today?
Well, I think there was the smaller stories, but other than Lorena's going to be popping in here, I think.
Awesome.
What was the other stories I brought to your attention this morning, Andre? Let's see here.
Well, you brought Powerpuff Girls to my
Yes,
attention.
the Powerpuff Girls. I know you wanted to talk about that, Lucifer.
Yeah.
What looks like a bad idea. Let me see if I can get some pictures up here while we're talking about it. What was your first take on this? I'll be straight up. I've never really watched the show. I've seen clips, but it was a little past my time. I don't even know if my kid got into it, so that's probably another reason why I'm not that familiar with. I mean, I know it, but I've never actually watched it. Andre, have you seen it at all?
I'm familiar with the existence. It was on TV, but I never saw an episode of it, so I don't know about the writing or anything. I saw the style of the animation, and the animation, that kind of animation, to me is so off-putting that I gave it no chance. I never tried to watch it. So I have no idea. I see it as like this. It's like these three little girls that are like super powerful, and they have like these stupid Japanese thing where they stand still in the air and the background moves, and they're like these ninja kicks positions and scream and bullshit, and completely off-putting. So maybe it's the best writing ever, but I never gave it the chance.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a fan of Powerpuff Girls. I never really watched it. Like Tom, I've seen clips. I know people who dig it. I know that it's got a dedicated fan base out there, and of course, they're now doing this live action show for the CW, if I remember correctly. And set photos have leaked showing what they look like, and apparently there are some people who are very upset by it. They're like, "Oh God, this looks low budget and so terrible." What can I really say about it? They're making a show of it. It's not for me. I don't really get why so many people are upset and think that it looks low budget. And I'm still trying to understand why low budget equals bad. There is some good low budget stuff out there, but yeah, to me it's kind of like a little bit of a controversy. Really, it's like, okay, they're making it. What did you expect? I don't think it's, especially because of the animation style, I don't think it's something that's ever going to transition to live action well.
I have to say, those that are complaining about like this, I'm completely strange to this, so I don't know nothing about this.
Yeah,
but those that complain about it looking low budget, have they seen this animation that they're supposedly fans of? If that's not low budget, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and there's lots of stuff that people are fans of that's low budget. I mean, I guess you could kind of say that the original Star Wars was kind of low budget in comparison to today, but people still love it and adore it. Doctor Who is something that people absolutely love and adore, especially the classic Doctor Who. That was all very low budget stuff, and we still go back to it and rewatch it all the time. Hello there.
Hello, Mr.
How the devil art
Lucifer
thou?
Storm. I am quite well. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
Hey, Lorena, how's it going?
Hello, going good. Hey, Andre. Hi, Tom. I'm so glad it's Friday. Although I'm really not happy to see this.
Okay, Lorena, tell us your history with the Powerpuff Girls, and how is this good or bad? Please explain, because I don't understand.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay. I have watched the Powerpuff Girls from the first season. It's one of my favorite guilty pleasures. It's a Gennady Tartakovsky cartoon, and it was based on basically three little girls caused by, a lab accident. And just think of just the funniest comic tropes put where you have the antagonists are three little girls with superpowers who have superpowers, but yet, they're kids, and their dad's a scientist. And it is just the hilarity of it. It's just fun. It was just a fun show until they rebooted the cartoon, and I refuse to see that abomination. I will not see that at all. And then I heard about this live action reboot. So instead of being three, little girls, sugar and spice, and they love the town of Townsville and will do anything to protect it, even when the town doesn't like them at certain times, they love what they do and they feel a sense of responsibility for that. This show, apparently they grow up and they're resentful for having a childhood of fighting crime. So basically, they're three jaded sourpuss women who want to take it out on the world. And the costumes that you just saw, that I've seen cosplay way, way better than that. It's like no effort. And as a Powerpuff Girls fan, I'm freaking insulted.
There you go. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear from someone who's actually a fan of this.
Yes.
Oh God, it's gotten dragged. The pictures have gotten dragged all over Twitter. It's just like this is a hot mess. I've never seen Riverdale. I don't know what it is, but apparently they say this is getting the Riverdale treatment, which I assume is extremely
Archie.
bad.
That was Archie, and then they basically turned it into Beverly Hills 90210.
Oh, I'm glad I missed that because I love the Archie cartoons, but I don't need that.
Yeah, it would be fun to hear your reaction to Riverdale, given that you liked Archie the cartoon. So basically, the Riverdale is Archie getting the CW treatment. That's what Riverdale is, and this is CW as well, isn't it? Because
yes.
you know what that tells me? That tells me that Superman and Lois is just a fluke, and CW is back to form.
Yes. I thought Superman and Lois was going to go down, the woke elevator, but knock wood, that hasn't happened yet. But
they got rid of the writer that really, really fought for it and wanted it to. So yeah, good going. But unfortunately, that appears to have been a fluke.
Yeah, that was a one-off.
Like that particular showrunner for, and with this, they're back to form. And on that note, Ram Bam 3000 says for £5. It's not that this live-action version is low budget. It looks low effort as well. It's that last, which is the real sticking point.
Absolutely. If you see, I'm sorry, Lucifer Storm, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
if you see the video clip of the filming that's going on, they've got someone on a wire. I think it's the actress who plays Blossom. They have her on a wire to simulate her flying. How come they didn't do that with a green screen? That just seems really low rent to me. This isn't
it depends on what they're doing, but
it could be. But that didn't impress me. I didn't look like, wow, that's great. I just look kind of like, you can do better than that, right?
Well, in response to that super chat, I completely get where they're coming from. It does look like it's low effort. I'm just saying that from what I've seen of people talking about it, there seems to be a large faction of Powerpuff Girl fans who look at it and say, this is low budget. And that's what they're really sticking with. Yes, there are some that are saying that it's low effort, but majority of them are saying, oh, it looks so low budget, and that means it's going to suck. And it's like, I'm not seeing the logic behind that argument. I'm not supporting this and saying, oh, this looks fantastic. I'm just saying, don't equate low budget with a bad product, because there's been so many products that are low budget that we all love today.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with you on that. I think with the fact that this is the CW, who has a lousy track record. I think that's the thing. I think if it was like an indie studio that said, "Hey, we're going to do the Powerpuff Girls and we're going to take it on our own way," we could kind of like, okay, low budget. I could understand that.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be a ginger. I'm sorry. I have a problem with this.
Well, look at the. Well, would it have been better if she was like if she had been recast as a black woman?
As long as she has red hair.
Because that's like.
Oh, you mean the one that
for gingers now?
You mean the other one that's because they're actually all white in the original cartoon, but
yes.
Yeah.
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 I
So
hope
this
I'm
then-
wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong, but oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, Andre. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was just like, because as I said just before you came, this is a property that I was aware of. I was just like put off by the animation style that I never gave it a chance. I'm sure it had like amazing writing and stuff, but I just never got into it because of the animation. But yeah, I can. Yeah, looking at this, it's very obviously not for me. I can just tell from the image. So I think that I'm going to continue my tradition of not giving the Powerpuff Girls a chance, especially not in the light of the fact that it's on the CW. Yeah, how do you feel, think Genndy Tartakovsky feels about this? Does he have any kind of involvement whatsoever? Or does he just sit back and collect some kind of
Probably just
paycheck?
collecting a check. I have no idea.
I hope so. I hope he puts it to good use, creating like more Fang and Spear or something like that. Some of his more current good stuff.
They
Yeah, maybe
also race
the original
swapped
stuff is
another
great,
character,
yeah.
by the way. The guy from Scrubs and
He's
Clueless.
Professor Utonium now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one, it really doesn't bug me too much, depending on how they write the story. Because if and again, I probably wrote this a little better in the CW. Just say, for example, they flip the script where, Professor Utonium is black, but he adopts these girls. It's like, okay, I can kind of forgive that,
Well,
long as that's not the entire thing about his character, that they just focus on his race rather than who he is, who the character is.
I mean, he is a bit older than I get. He's older than I am, actually. I was gonna say, I suppose. I don't know. It's not for me, so I can't really comment on it.
As a Powerpuff Girls fan, I'm not.
After this,
I would have to
though,
see what happened. And it's CW.
I'm kind of curious to see the porno parody.
Somebody thought this was from the picture.
That would be pretty interesting. After looking at these pictures, I mean, just saying, but that's just me, maybe.
Honestly, I think that we're being like unfair here because porn parodies, they typically have much more effort put into them than this.
I was waiting for you to go there.
I don't know. I heard, but
you're right. They would probably be more accurate. Mecha J says Craig McCracken created the PPG, not Genndy. Dexter's Lab was Gendy's show. Okay.
All right.
Okay, now I did watch
right.
Dexter's Lab. That was like the only thing where I was able to forgive the animation style.
Oh yeah. I watched that too. It's like a twofer. I watched Dexter's Lab and the Powerpuff Girls. I know Genndy has writing credit.
Two Stupid Dogs. That was another one where I was also like halfway able to get by the animation, although like it offended me every single time. And Script Doctor says, I'm not entirely familiar with this show, but I thought the girls were made in a lab with the addition of Chemical X. They weren't born girls. Or am I missing something? Well,
no, that's correct. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he just he adopted them because they weren't born girls, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. So yeah,
I'm still fucking massively confused, but whatever.
Well, I'm not confused about one thing, and that is this thing. So, to Powerpuff Girls fans of the world, I do not understand the property or what you possibly see in it. But I share your pain, and I wish better for you than this.
So what are their pronouns?
I mean, really, it actually sounds more like this is a story they should just reboot and tell from the start again, because it's obviously about three boys turning into girls. It sounds like to me. So
Oh no, they came out as girls.
They just
Like
came out as
like
girls.
boom, they showed up in Chemical Reaction and they were girls. Yeah.
Okay, I'm still confused.
Yeah. Look, it was something to have on for noise while I was doing work for college.
You
Well,
keep telling
don't
yourself
apologize.
that, please. By all means,
If you like it, then more the power to you. Same with everyone who likes it. Even if
I'm just
I don't
joking.
get it, Tom don't get it. If you like it, that's the most important thing. Don't
I'm
let
just
anyone tell you
joking.
otherwise.
It's like the people who are like, "Oh, you didn't watch Samurai Jack?" I'm like, "No, but it seemed pretty cool."
So yeah, but yeah, never got into it. But still, yeah, I feel your pain, fans of Powerpuff Girls everywhere, and I wish that can't someone like to do the world a favor and like shut down the CW? It's like anything could come out of it,
Yes,
other
please.
than Superman and Lois. And again, that was a fluke. That was a show that by rights should have been on. I don't know, not CW. I don't know, like which American channel would be like a better place for it, but certainly not the CW. So yeah, like I just can't stand that thing because, like, to me, like it has like that taint of if it's on the CW, you automatically know that it's like young adult trash that no one can possibly like. And I just know with myself, if I go back like 20 years in time when I was age appropriate for that, if someone had put something like that in front of me then, I still wouldn't have liked it. But that's me. So, yeah. Do we have any other news today other than that all hope is over for fans of Powerpuff Girls? Or Lucifer, did you have anything to add to that?
I'll give credit to the CW where I believe it's due, and that is I still feel that the first season of The Flash was awesome. Beyond that, I just got no time for them. I completely understand where everyone's coming from, where it's like, oh, this show's coming. Oh, that could be cool. The CW's doing it. Oh, no. What did I do wrong to deserve that? Why? Do they hate me? You know, so yeah, I'm with you. Look, Powerpuff Girls, it ain't my thing. It just ain't made for me. Like, I think that should be pretty obvious by things like this being around. But you know, I hope for all the Powerpuff Girl fans out there that when this show comes out, that you are pleasantly surprised and you go, wow, the CW didn't fuck it up. I'm not going to lie to you, they probably will, but I'm still going to keep my fingers crossed for each and every single one of you.
Yes, I stand by that. And you know what? That's actually a really, really good point. Like, yes, they're doing it. Oh, no, it's there. Because, like, just imagine the day that, for instance, they announce, oh, we're doing a live-action remake of Dexter's Laboratory on the CW. I mean, like Lucifer, like we've already seen Constantine on the CW. And there's nothing wrong with the actor. Like the actor is fine, but what does he have to work with?
Yeah, they kind of screwed the pooch on that one. I would have liked to have seen where that show would have gone. And in a way, I'm also kind of glad that they did cancel it halfway through season one, because after seeing stuff like The Flash and
that actually was
on
NBC, but then later they brought the actor. Yes, that was NBC.
Oh,
but
yes, they brought him on to Legends of Tomorrow.
Yes, and then they brought him into Legends of Tomorrow, so they retroactively made that show CW, which tonally it was all along. But yeah.
But yeah, like, oh, when they brought him on to like Arrow and Legends of Tomorrow, I was like, something's not right here. Can't quite put my finger on it. And then it's like, oh, it's the CW touch.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happened. The CW bad touch.
Yeah, it's the reverse Midas touch. Like, you know, like in Midas, he touched everything he touched became gold. And when you have the reverse King Midas touch, then, well, yeah, just do the math. So that's what happens. Let's do a couple of super chats because we got a couple of in while we were talking here.
Awesome.
So yeah, nice going there, fans of Powerpuff Girls. Good luck with that. Rain Shark says the CW, the Cock Woke Network. That's exactly what this is.
Not
And
wrong.
And Rebecca J says Craig McCracken created the Powerpuff Girls, not Gendy's. Gendy's Dexter's Lab was, that was his show. And Mr. Tickletrunk says Babylon 5 was low budget for the first 4 seasons, and it's one of the best sci-fi shows ever made. With enough love, you can make anything workable. Yes, indeed.
Oh,
Just look at.
absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
Lucifer, I'm sure you know Red Dwarf. It was made on a
Yes.
budget, and it's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Completely agree. Oh, well, there were a couple of seasons that we should probably not talk about, but for the most part,
Yeah,
yes.
let's like the Starbug we never need to bring up again. But nor when they went back to Earth. But beyond that, then yeah.
Oh, Andre, I'm sorry to go back to the previous super chat about the Powerpuff Girls and Gennady. Actually, Gennady directed. So you're correct. Craig McCracken did create the Powerpuff Girls. Gennady Tartakovsky directed.
See, I thought he had something to do with it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he did have something then, so yeah, that's good for him, I guess, or good for the fans. It's good for the fans because then he brings his magic touch, and I only know some of his work, but that what I have seen of it is truly spectacular. And then Ready Player 3 says a truly talented filmmaker can do a lot with a little. Yes, indeed. Too bad none of those are working for the CW.
Yeah. They probably said, nah, not doing CW.
Yeah. And Ram Bam 3000 says, it's not that this live version is low budget, it looks low effort.
Yeah, we got that
one. Yeah,
we got
that for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, maybe, of course, you have like some people that are good working for the CW. They're all working on Superman and Lois so far. So that's
really the only ones that have the balls to fire anybody who isn't.
Yeah, exactly. And Brain Shark says Babylon 5 4K remaster in high def and CGI upgrade HBO Max. That would be something. But is that something that you want to see happen, or something that is happening?
No, they did the 1080p upgrade, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's a remaster. Okay, yeah,
remaster, but I don't think it's a full-on remaster though.
Yeah. And then Warwolf just said Babylon 5 was low budget but high effort. But that's the exception. Most low budget shows are low effort.
Yeah, it all depends.
Yeah, depends a little bit there. And speaking of,
you were going to say Lucifer, probably the same thing I was thinking.
I was just going to say I respectfully disagree, to be honest with you. You know, as we've already mentioned, Red Dwarf was absolutely fantastic, incredibly low budget. I would not say low effort as well. As I've already mentioned, classic Doctor Who stuff. As John Pertwee himself said, it was a case where they said, let's have a lot of fun and see what we can do with a shilling. You know, they all put a lot of effort into those shows. They were extremely low budget, and the payoff for the classic Doctor Who is fucking great. But then again, it is all subjective at the end of the day.
True. I think a lot of it has to do with the talent behind the scenes. But I do agree with what you're saying to a point, Lucifer, with the whole, like, you know, out of, you know, not having the ability to do all the fancy things you have to, you know, sometimes compromise. And, you know, I always bring up Jaws as the greatest example of that.
Exactly.
You know, that fucking shark didn't work, and if it wasn't for that shark not working, Steven Spielberg would probably be directing sci-fi movies right now. And I don't mean like sci-fi S-C-I-F-I, I mean S-Y-F-Y movies. No, and that's not a big stretch, because if that shark would have worked, who's to say that movie, it probably wouldn't have been the big hit it was. It would have been considered another B movie, schlocky, you know, run-of-the-mill horror movie that nobody would have went to see. We would have never got his career. We would have never got, you know, the summer movie blockbusters like we did. It was one of those chances in history that the shark didn't have. The shark couldn't have worked, or we wouldn't have gotten Spielberg in the end. I don't think.
Yeah.
I really feel like it all boils down to him having to make the best with what he had, and that brought out that filmmaker inside of him.
Absolutely.
Also, on that note of like low budget, not necessarily equaling low effort, that entirely depends on who is there. I mean, just look at, for instance, Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard, with maximum budgets on both of them. However, look at the end result, because you have the wrong people there, and then it doesn't help. Whereas you have actually several things like both Babylon 5, Red Dwarf, the original Star Trek. You have a couple of others where basically the sets were made from pizza boxes, and it's like they recycled the cardboard. And if you like zoom in and like 4K remasters, you can see some of the cheese still left over there. So, but again, they make up for it.
That's all right.
They make up for it with like effort.
Well, even the bad low budget stuff, they always put maximum effort into it. You know what I mean? Even if it comes out bad. But no, and yeah, Drew, some of what I said is kind of conjecture to a point, and I can't argue with that, or that is a fair assessment. But again, the whole thing with Jaws on that point was, if it wasn't for the shark not working, he wouldn't have ran to Milius and say, I need fucking help with this script. We wouldn't have gotten the USS Indianapolis speech, probably. We wouldn't have gotten all these other beefy scenes with the other, because that's what he had to do. Was he's like, look, I ain't got a monster for my monster movie. You need to make these characters more a part of the story, because I'm fucked.
But Andre made a good point. We were talking about, things that are low budget but high effort, because my gold standard for that is the original series of Star Trek. And it's like, and we joke about it a lot, but it's like, you see the tinfoil, monster, bad special effects, rocks, paper mache rocks that don't look like rocks, but we don't really watch it for that. We watch it for how well written the stories are. So it's like we can forgive the cheesy effects to the point where the cheesy sci-fi effects are like a shtick now. So it's like we can forgive that if if the writing is good.
I seek that out. I'll be honest with you. I'm not kidding. And Fezman says, if KK was involved with Jaws, the shark would be female. Well, we know the 1 and 3 was anyway.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the baby was in the park.
The baby was born in the park.
Try going to SeaWorld in Florida not too long after that movie came out.
Great question. Above here, too, I wanted to grab. Where'd it go? Because Andre would have liked it, too. Where'd it go? Somebody was asking what would what's-his-face's career been like had Dune been a hit? Where the hell
David Lynch?
David Lynch. Yeah. We would have some of the goofiest fucking high-budget movies ever.
And it would be glorious.
David Lynch.
David Lynch is awesome.
David Lynch.
No, he is a character and a half.
Yes.
I love David Lynch too. I can tell you exactly what would have happened if Dune had been a hit. Then he would have gotten his pick of projects, and he would have made a huge, massive, spectacular box office flop after that. Then he would have made like his own Heaven's Gate, and we would still be in the same position where we are right now, because he is an auteur filmmaker.
I'll go beyond that. He's a national treasure.
Making his own unique little things that don't require these massive budgets. And trying to give him that would always end in disaster. So if absolutely. So if Dune had been successful for him, his career, it would only have delayed the inevitable.
Like I can't some of his stuff is just like whatever, but like I love David Lynch as a human being. Like he is a national fucking treasure.
Yes.
Like he has a YouTube channel, and every day. He does the weather report and the number of the day.
and he made Lost Highway, which is one of my favorite movies.
No, I know.
Awesome.
Like I said, his whole I don't give a fuck if he never made a movie in his entire life. He is just one of the most interesting human beings to ever listen to.
I haven't seen that, but it's hard to me to interrupt you. But I mainly
Highway,
love
you mean?
David
Or-
Lynch for Twin Peaks.
Yeah, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
That's what I like him for. That was like one of the craziest out there shows
yeah.
I've ever freaking seen, and I
just
loved every
love
episode.
David Lynch as an individual. He is just. I want to know at the end: is he like Andy Kaufmaning us, or is he really just?
I'm gonna have to check that out. I did not know David Lynch was doing that these days.
Yeah.
Well, he even has a
he's-
music career and shit. I mean,
Yeah.
he is fucking
Yeah.
batshit crazy.
Wow.
But it's
He
like,
has
I
a
love it.
great taste in music. Like he's a huge fan of Rammstein, for instance. There was like in one of his later appearances.
Mhm.
I don't remember exactly which one, but he's like sitting at the desk and he's leaning back and he's whistling the theme of Engel, one of Rammstein's signature songs, because he's such a huge fan of them. So he was just like, I'm going to sit here and whistle some Rammstein.
Well, the funny thing about David Lynch is just beyond his goofiness, he
Mhm.
talks like your deaf grandma.
Yeah, he does only have one level, and it's
Hello
11.
there, Andre. Nice to meet you today. By the way, did you know the number of the day was 12?
Did you ever see his web series Rabbits that tied in with Inland Empire?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, you've got to check it out. It's only like 6 episodes long, and
see
it's both confusing and incredibly creepy at the same time.
Well, and I had to ask because we got a chance to talk to Brad Dourif briefly once, and I had to ask him about the
Nice.
famous story on the set where David Lynch almost had Jürgen Prochnow convinced to put a hole through his fucking cheek.
Yeah, you know, like Till Lindemann actually did for Ich to the VS when he had like the flashlight in his mouth for like
Speaking of Dune, because there's the scene with
he
the
wanted to
poison
do
pill.
that.
There was the scene with the poison pill, and David was convinced the only way they could make it look good was if they put a hole through Jurgen's cheek and put the holes through his cheek and puff the gas out that way, and Jurgen was going to do it. And Brad Dourif's like, I want to fucking do it.
It's the German efficiency. Yeah, that's exactly what it is there.
I'm all for my art and
Your
shit, but
commitment.
fuck that noise. He's like,
Oh man. Oh,
I love Brad Dourif. I actually
Brad
shared.
Dourif is fucking amazing too. Yeah, sorry.
He's really
I'm a
cool.
huge fan of like the Child's Play movies. I have a.
Wasn't
Chucky
that who you got on your
tattoo.
shirt right now, man? Like,
Yeah,
I've been
it is
admiring that
indeed.
bastard the whole
is
time.
indeed.
Chucky.
I think that's a
I-
Fright Flicks one, ain't it?
I actually
Or
share.
Fright Rags, I mean.
I actually share my birthday with Brad Dourif. We were both born on the same day.
Just not in the same year.
No, unfortunately.
If it was the same year, you look very well. You are Lucifer, so and that would make so much more sense than I could ever imagine. That just blows
Man.
my mind now.
So yeah, well, moral of the story is absolutely check out David Lynch's YouTube channel.
Mhm.
Please do. Did we get this one from Tiberius Monk? I don't recall.
Well, let's see which one that is. No, we did not. News making rounds with the new Star Trek film coming 2023. I don't believe this, but if it happens, I hope they move beyond the JJ films. Hail. Well, I would not get excited because I have not heard anything about this yet. I haven't had the time to research Star Trek. There's like a couple of things I have to catch up on. Maybe there's something there. So yeah, we'll see what this is, but I certainly would not be excited because either it's another desperate funding pitch like the ones we've heard millions of before, or it's a secret hideout production. One of the two. In any event, I'm not excited.
I'm not.
Nah.
So those are like my initial reaction without having researched anything just yet. Tom, do you have anything to add to that without having done any research?
Not offhand. I mean, last I knew, if Tiberius, if you're talking about the one that they announced already, JJ is involved in that.
He is. So yeah. I mean, there's no moving beyond the JJ films for as long as Secret Hideout is there.
No. And then Cedric Taylor says, I heard that Sailor Moon is going live action. Is it true? I have not heard anything about this. Have you, Lorena, or anybody?
I haven't. I hope not. I'm tired of the live action reboots. I haven't heard anything about that.
Wow. Sorry, we haven't heard any news about that, but
someone else wonders, the dead DC, is the Tarantino Star Trek movie still happening?
Not likely.
It was never happening, and it's still and it's definitely never happening.
I would love it if it did, but I don't think so.
The only way that movie
never
was ever going to happen was if Quentin Tarantino said, you know what, I want to direct this movie. That was the only way that was going to ever happen.
And that one thing was never going to happen.
No, because he's not going to do that.
Yeah.
He just wanted to produce it and kind of be a part of it. But after what he said about JJ, between that and just the fact that he was never on board and there was no money behind it, it was just a script. And at that point, I don't even know how far that got, to be honest with you.
Honestly, it wasn't even a script. It was a synopsis,
a pitch.
It was like a pitch document, and more than anything else, it was something put out there to try to rile fans to be excited, so they could tell investors, look, there's excitement, give us money.
He did say that one guy was writing it. I can't remember the guy's name.
Oh, yeah, someone was writing it, of course.
Yeah,
but it was
so
like
it did probably get to a stage of writing. I just don't know how far that got. But he himself said it was dead. So
yeah, and we will say it was never really alive.
No, it was never really a thing.
Yeah, here's like the thing, like to draw a Frankenstein analogy. The pieces were on the table, and they started the assembly, but they never finished the process. They never hooked up the electrodes, so you could never say it's alive. And the world was spared of what would have been a Frankensteinian abomination.
Really, all that was a grasping for straws by JJ. He was throwing everything and anything out there he could to try and get anything off the ground, because there's some discrepancy on when the actual deal is up, but that's kind of the thing, is they obviously have to get something into production soon.
Actually, JJ and Bad Robot, they are out on the
That's
movie
what you
side.
say. I don't know about
we've
that.
heard, but I've heard that.
You can say you've heard that, but these stories are saying otherwise to me. Andre tells me that there was some extension at some point, or he's got a little bit of time yet. So
I think
the clock's ticking is my point.
Or Kurtzman got in his body, because movies now has to go through Secret Hideout.
That could very well be too. Or again, the Tarantino one was clearly trying to get something off the ground in time, was my point. This latest pitch with this chick from Discovery could very well be just JJ trying to get back in. And that could have something to do with Secret
what I
Hideout.
have heard. That's them trying to get back in.
That could very well be.
And Secret Hideout is doing their best to get them back in.
But from what we've heard, they don't want anything to do with any of them. They just want to get them the fuck out so they can reboot everything again.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's where this whole no new shows start until these are done. That is code for we are done as soon as these shows are done. That's what that is. Like all this talk of a Section 31, it ain't fucking happening. It's dead, or it's not happening under fucking this regime. That's for sure. And I don't think it ever will happen. This quick push to get these last few Star Trek shows they clearly pushed this so fast. Like they were just snap, snap, bang, boom. And it took them how long to get the last few seasons off the ground?
I don't know, long.
And, we knew Picard, the only thing that was waiting on was getting the damn insurance. But I've been kind of thinking about this. After seeing the whole trailer, and we were talking about what are they going to do to make Q look right and all that stuff. Remember there was some other kind of casting call that was kind of goofy. Something about a rumored young Picard. What if they're going to turn around and find a way to make both of them younger just by de-aging them through like deep fake? And so you basically just have them doing the voices now. You get what I'm saying?
I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think that the actor's ego would permit that. But we'll see what they do. But well, like, I mean, why would they not be the old men that they are?
Because they can't get them on set to fucking film.
Well, they have to film at the same time and do it with editing.
I know, but there's something about this whole thing. Because look at the trailer. Nobody's in the fucking trailer.
No.
Because they haven't started filming yet.
I know. I'm trying to get to a point here. That's what I'm trying to say is something don't feel right about this. Like,
that's being made at all. It's like pretentious.
Exactly.
Piece of crap
It is.
It's together before it started filming. That's why.
It's vapor show.
Yes,
you know?
It's very Fugazi feeling. It's very like, okay, you didn't show us anything. It's one of those like super uber teaser trailers that's worse than a teaser trailer for a teaser trailer because it literally shows us absolutely nothing from the show.
No,
nothing.
And I didn't care. It's like Picard's a robot and he's freaking dead. Why do I care about this?
And I'm willing to bet all the quotes and the stuff that's in the background is stuff from the previous shows and movies.
Yeah, and also like the only thing that's like exciting right now is when are the robots going to come and kill all life in our universe, because the bell has already been rung, and I say let them come and just put everyone out of their misery. End it all. Be done with it.
Well, why are they? There's got to be.
Deserve to lose.
They're making Q such a big deal a part of this. Something's, I don't know.
I can tell you what that something is. It's desperation because everything else is
not talking about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to get into my.
Well, we'll see. Until then, Mr. Tickletrunk says Evil Dead, Terminator, Napoleon Dynamite, and great bad movies like Carnosaur were done with pocket change and empty promises. Haunt is everything. Exactly.
And even some of the worst bad movies of history. I mean, look at everything that Ed Wood did. Yep. I mean, motherfucker put everything he had in his movies. Yeah. And I mean, I'm somebody who will actually fight you on like Plan 9 from Outer Space.
I was just going to say that.
That movie may look like shit, but it's actually a very well written film if you really kind of look at it. I mean, if he had the
dialogue.
Yeah, apart from the dialogue, the story itself is pretty kind of solid. Like if you got a different writer, got a budget behind it, an actual competent director, don't get me wrong, I love Ed Wood, but
I see what you did there.
I mean, that's just the same thing with like Ridley Scott. Yeah, he's a talented guy, but he shouldn't be in charge of the Alien franchise because it's clear he just has a hate boner for Cameron and he wants to undo everything he's done, to make Alien fucking popular. But anyway,
and it failed pretty miserably. And then Stephen Otten says Screen Rant is reporting Paramount is pushing back 6 major film releases, including
I read about this.
And Top Gun Maverick. Opinions?
Yeah, that's very strange.
Yeah,
I didn't expect that,
especially after this latest news, because the whole thing with Godzilla versus Kong, I mean, that's got everybody going, well, shit. and that's where I said I heard even more rumblings now again about the whole, and I kind of broke the news and I didn't even know it, that they're in 2022, Warner Brothers is going back to theatrical only first. Because I broke that on the show the other day. I can actually say that now, even though nobody gave me credit for it. But yeah, because the story didn't break till yesterday in the big trades. So, but yeah, that's what I heard, and that was all because of Kong versus Godzilla making a shit ton of fucking money.
Yes,
and Legendary is so livid right now with how much money they have possibly left on the fucking table because that sumbitch was on HBO Max at the same time. So they're like, the rumor is, and I guarantee you in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to hear Dune is not coming day and date to HBO Max. There's going to be about a 45-day window you watch.
It doesn't need to, because with Godzilla versus Kong, I mean, I have HBO Max, but I wanted to see it in the theater. Yeah. And I guess I was late to the party. So for the first 2 days the film was out, I couldn't get a ticket. It was sold out. So I had to watch it at home.
Yeah, you were about
which
one of
was
the
cool. But then, go ahead, Tom.
You were just one of about the dozen people that told me the same thing, Lorena. That's all I was going to say.
It was crazy. I'm like, what do you mean sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out? It was insane. So even though I saw it at home on HBO Max on like big TV with subwoofer and everything, still was not as good as going to see it actually in the theater, and it was packed. It was packed.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Also, Ashton Jackal says Lucifer is embarrassed, but he played him in TV.
Ashton, I've warned you about revealing my secrets like this.
Oh God,
Okay.
him was hysterical.
I've told you before, Ashton. Hell is a great place. You can see Bill Hicks open for Jimi Hendrix. You're not going to see that anywhere else.
That's true.
You play nice, or I'll send you to the other place, and it's boring up there. They just do things like play Scrabble all the time. Do you really want that?
Remember what South Park said? Mormon. That's the correct answer.
And we missed a super chat earlier. I'm going to find that.
Yes,
right now.
I was going to ask if we missed any, possibly.
Yeah, we did miss one, so I'm going to find
The way
it
the
right
chat goes
here
by,
now.
we apologize for that.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that. But we will. Here we go. Film School Rookie said, y'all heard any news about the possibility of Galaxy Quest sequel?
I've been hearing rumblings about it. Tim Allen says there's a script. I think it's going to happen. I'd be curious. I thought I heard, and again, maybe I'm breaking something, but I thought I heard something about it more being a streaming series than an actual movie, but it could still be a movie. I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, I've heard it's actually been moving along pretty well.
There's
I don't know.
rumors around it floating about at any given time, I find.
Well, this was pretty solid from Tim Allen. So Tim Allen himself, I don't know. And I think he even said that just about everybody's back. So, obviously from outside the obvious, but yeah.
I think the real question is, like, I'm sure in a lot of people's minds, it would be great to have a Galaxy Quest 2, but what if it turns out a bit like Zoolander 2? Or Dumb and Dumber 2, like
my hope is
want to risk that,
That's my worry. I'm not excited for a Galaxy Quest sequel for that very reason, and that's a property that has a far greater chance of going that direction than many others. I think it's a bigger chance that it can go the direction of Dumb and Dumber 2 than, say, Cobra Kai. Of course, you never know, but just like on surface of things, I'm more worried than I'm excited for a Galaxy Quest continuation.
I was going to say, if they do it right, it's always a plausibility.
Yeah, but it's one of those where it's like it doesn't really need a sequel.
No.
Yeah, that too.
But I'd rather see that with the original cast than a reboot. Or if we hear like it's going to be them passing down the torch to some younger crew or some stupid shit like that for no reason, then I'll be pissed.
Yeah, and as many point out, without Rickman, well, why do it?
Yeah,
that is one of the points of contention for me.
Yeah. Brain Shark says secret hideout equals code for bunghole, aka spits out turds.
Yes, indeed, it does. And I like this Yellow Flash says my favorite part of Plan 9 is the random Dracula guy just wandering around. He had to use that fucking footage.
I've never seen Plan 9 from outer space,
I've seen
but
it a couple times.
Everybody has told me how quote unquote bad it was, that I was just like, I have to see this just to say that I saw this.
Yes,
flick.
you do. And you should make it a double bill with Bride of the Monster.
Yeah.
Another Edward classic.
Okay.
Oh, I was so pissed on that April Fool's Day joke. No shit. I don't know if you guys, I doubt you saw this, but I think that they had announced that Criterion was going to release all of Ed Wood's films in a box set. Like, you dirty motherfucker.
How, that's something that shouldn't be joked about.
No,
it really shouldn't be joked about.
Especially if you're putting them all together in a nice fucking fuck you. Fuck you, whoever did that. You are a bad person.
Like I said earlier, I may be the devil, but I'm not a monster. Whoever made that joke is a monster.
That's
All
a
kinds
step
of-
too far for April Fool's Day for me.
Yes, just a bit.
Yeah. And the DCV Titan says for 10 Canadian dollars, thank you so much, going to throw some shade at Professor Utonium. But wasn't he trying to create the perfect little girl? 1. Why? 2. Answer. From my heart and from my hand. Why don't people understand my intentions? Is that from the series? Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the answer, but I will just say, because regular little girls are freaking pains in the asses, and I'm saying this as one. Okay. So I really don't blame them for trying to, come up with that. It's almost like trying to create the perfect
I
little
think that's been
boy, which they
scientifically
tried.
proven.
Yeah, it's it's not.
I mean, girls make up for it later in life, I guess, to a point, depending, but generally. But no, that's what I've heard the general consensus is. But I wouldn't know. I'd raised a boy, so
I have sisters, so yes, younger sisters.
there you go. There's the case. With that, are we caught up on super chats now, or do
I
we have?
believe we are. I'm going to do a double check here, but I believe that we are fully caught
Awesome.
up. Just give me 1 second
And
here.
I want to, while you're looking, I'm going to remind everybody to check out Lucifer's channel and check out his book as well. I did get to see a quote unquote new movie that's it's in theaters this weekend. It's
we
not
did miss one.
We did. Okay, go for that
Yeah.
first before I talk about the new movie.
Yes, the one we missed is from Tiberius Monk. I think we missed it. And he said, David Lynch's Dune I find vastly superior to the TV series. Also, hail, Lorena Creole. Hollywood is not the same without Lynch. Blue Velvet rocks.
Yeah, we didn't get that one. I agree, and I've only seen a little bit of the TV series or miniseries. I agree in the sense for aesthetics, casting, music, all that stuff aside. Obviously, the TV series, from what I could tell, obviously had a lot more room to tell the story than David was allowed to. But I'm curious to hear what Lucifer, Lorena, and obviously Andre have to say on that one.
And we missed another one too. Durao On said, "So what's Mojo Jojo gonna be like?" I love the old Powerpuff
that I couldn't tell you. I did see they had announced who's cast in the role, though. I don't know. I can't remember the guy's name. Some SNL guy. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know who
It'll
he
probably be
is.
animated. You don't think they'll put some guy in a suit, will they?
Yeah, it's the CW. So
well, they did King Shark and they did Grog and stuff.
You
like
know,
that.
they might do something stupid like try to make him human or something.
That I didn't even think of. Oh, even there you go. Animanga fan just said it. Human. There you go. I believe it's
Have you ever regretted being right like this before?
That's one way of getting around the budget.
And also one other that I think we missed, Stephen Otten, in reference to the Powerpuff Girls. They're cute, but no. I'm not sure, like Master Clockwork, Lucifer, are you responsible for this abomination? I think we got that one.
I think we got that one because I think he said no. No, he has limits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, absolutely. my limits normally start somewhere down, but at least they're limits. Yeah. All right.
And with that, we are fully caught up.
Yeah, I saw a new movie. Actually, I saw the new Johnny Depp movie.
Oh, yeah.
Believe it or not, Johnny Depp has a new movie out. It was actually filmed in 2016.
Oh,
all right.
It got a limited release in the end of 2018, so I'm assuming just to try and get some Oscar buzz, which it didn't get. Okay. And now it was just finally released officially. It is called City of Lies. It is the one, if you guys recall, that is about the investigation into the murder of Notorious B.I.G. The true story about the cop who was investigating that story, and it's actually a really good movie.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
It's kind of low budget, put out by Saban Films. But it's got Forrest Whitaker in it as well.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah, cool. And the story is pretty good. It's
Are you seeing that too?
No, I think that would be Bedroom of Lies.
Her bed of lies.
But actually, yeah, it was a very well put together film. I'm trying to think of the director right now. Brad Furman. I'm trying to think of what else he did. I know the name though. But it was really pretty good. Again, like don't go in expecting like some really, Oscar worthy film necessarily, but good performances from two great actors and pretty solid supporting cast as well. And yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Sounds like a good
True story. So there you go.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to check that out. My to watch list just keeps growing and growing.
Well, I know the feeling.
The story actually it's not so much about like when it happened or anything like that. It's actually more a modern story because I think it takes place in 2013, 14-ish. From the way the movie goes, because Forrest Whitaker plays the journalist who originally made the big accusation that Tupac had something to do with Notorious B.I.G. being shot. And of course, everybody found out that was bullshit. And so he got kind of laughed out of his profession, or not laughed out of, but he was considered a hack.
Yeah.
But now he basically gets in touch with the main investigator, and he finds out all this crazy shit that he starts unraveling. And it's actually a pretty poignant film because the whole thing kicks off with a white guy shooting a black guy. And just the points that the film makes are really kind of poignant with what the fuck's going on right now.
Ulrich wonders, how's the soundtrack?
Well, what do you expect? It's full of B.I.G. tracks, man. They actually do some, yeah, I think this was made with complete help from the family. In fact, I think his mom actually might even be in the movie. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think she may play herself. If not, I'm not sure. I think it's her because it just doesn't seem like an actress. That's the only reason I say that. And I'm not familiar with her. So, but yeah, no, it was a pretty good movie. They actually took some of his songs and they added they took out the original beats and they put like a score underneath it. And then he's rapping over the score in some parts. And it actually kind of works.
Oh, that's interesting.
Nice.
But yeah, it does a pretty good job of just kind of breaking it all down. And yeah, it has more to do with racism in the LAPD and all that kind of shit. But it doesn't come out the way you would think. That's all I'm going to say. And that's why I said it's very poignant. And there might be a reason why this movie's been kept down.
Right.
Because Johnny Depp's character keeps asking and goes, a white guy shoots a black guy. Who's to blame? And he keeps asking that question. And of course, your first reaction would be the white guy, right? Naturally, in this case, because that's, the way the media does the reaction. But the story, the way it plays out, you'll be very surprised, I think.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, very cool. Yeah, well, there we have another recommendation to check out. So yeah, but also in terms of recommendations, let's hear a little bit more about your work, Lucifer, that I have linked to in the description.
Awesome. What would you like to know? Do you want me to go through the pitch again? Is that what it is?
Yes, go through the pitch again for those that may have come in later. So give us the pitch one more time.
Okay, so yes, I'm working on a outlaw graphic novel called Lady Satan, An Angel in a Killer's Dress. And Lady Satan is a revenge tale unlike any other. It takes elements of the horror and the thriller genre and blends them together to create a noir aesthetic that helps to tell a truly haunting character-driven story. The story of Lucille, who is a stripper from France who was abducted to be the star in a snuff film. But she did something that no one else has done. She survived. And because of this, she becomes a vigilante called Lady Satan. She travels from town to town, taking down small-time crooks until she finds herself on British soil. And whilst there, she discovers that the man who abused her in front of the camera is none other than a high-ranking British police officer who is under investigation from the MI5, which means she has one chance and one chance only to exact her revenge.
Damn.
Yeah, if this wasn't screwed on, I would drop the mic, but it just wouldn't look as impressive me going, hold on.
I think
Yeah,
you got
because
me with the whole stripper going after revenge thing. I think that's what got me.
yeah, no, I think that like a script was sold on that pitch, and I like as Death by Snoo Snoo says, that's not him.
Oh,
Because like this keeps on moving. Here, this is the one that I wanted to highlight before it moved. Sounds metal. That's
Yes.
what
Yes,
what
it
I
is.
think as well, which is why I thought that's a pitch that's worth repeating. And the link for the Indiegogo campaign for that is, of course, in the description.
Yes.
So everyone should go and check that out.
Absolutely.
There we also have a link to your YouTube channel, but also do share where can people find you on YouTube and what kind of content do you do there?
Cool. You can find me on YouTube just by looking up Lucifer Storm. I have videos where I teach people about how to write comic books. I interview indie comic book creators. There's a couple of mainstream comic book creators that turn up every now and then who I like to interview as well. And I also have a show called Lucifer's Lounge, which is an open mic show where the inmates are in control. So you can call in, and if you have a book, a YouTube channel, a web comic, whatever it is, you get 6 minutes, that many minutes, to pitch whatever it is that you want to pitch to my audience.
There you go. And someone is calling us out, the DCV Titan, for failing to recognize the opening of Weird Science. Shame. Yeah, I barely remember that movie. So yeah, sorry about that.
Very long time since I've seen it.
Yeah, I just remember like a couple of scenes from it, honestly. I haven't seen it.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, because that's not been that long ago since I watched it, I think.
And Rush Patel says Apocalypse War was good as it reminded me of Apocalypse of the Superheroes, which was proposed by Alan Moore. Well, yeah, that's also actually something that I've been waiting to see. And with that,
I just realized it's been probably like 5 years since I watched that fucking movie.
Just 5? I haven't seen it in like 25.
Maybe more. Maybe more. Oh my God. I'm so old.
Lorena, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter, you can find me on Instagram, and of course, you can find me on YouTube, where I do interviews with the fandom, various videos on fandom, pop culture, and theme park types of subjects. Of course, today, actually at 12 noon earlier, I had my lunch table show where I interviewed Justin Proper. And on Sunday at 8 p.m. is my Welcome to Florida show live stream, where we talk about all crazy things about the state of Florida, a state where my family has been since 1565. And this week, we are going to talk about the diversity changes being imposed on the Jungle Cruise ride at Disney World. Trader Sam is no longer there, as he has been considered culturally insensitive. So we're going to talk about that.
Exactly. And now, when we've gotten the pitch for both of your channels, I wanted to highlight this super chat from Mr. Tickletrunk, who says for $10, thank you so much. Lucifer is semi-new here, but I've been subbed to him for months now. Fun interviews. Lorena and him are both criminally undersubbed. I sent this, so they'd have to put it on screen. Subscribe now. And to that, I would also like to add, when you subscribe, also make sure to then continue to watch their content, because just subscribing doesn't help unless you actually watch. In fact, that's actually bad. So yeah, check out, see that you like their content, which I'm sure you will do, and then watch it and subscribe. That's how to win on YouTube. And then we also had from Stephen Otten, who says, I'm still recommending Sound of Metal. I'm dying on this hill.
Now, is that the one that's on Amazon right now? I think I saw it on. Is it Amazon or one of the? Is it HBO Max or Amazon? I swear I saw that on one of the streaming. Is that the one that I'm seeing on there? If that's it, I'll check it out. I promise, Stephen. Yeah. If it's the one, yeah.
And Cedric Taylor 08 says, is Lost in Space going to be rebooted again? Well, that's the first
didn't they
I
just
ever hear
do it?
They did, and they mucked it up completely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't they just do that like last year, the year before, or some shit?
No, they're like on the. It's on Netflix, and it's
Yeah.
like on its second season.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
In my opinion, like I skimmed through it because it didn't catch my interest. I thought it was frightfully disappointing, in my opinion. So honestly, I haven't heard about another reboot, but I would be very open to it because I think that the concept is one that is very cool. It lends itself for a better adaptation. But we haven't gotten it so far. I would actually go so far as to say that the movie with Matt LeBlanc got it more right than the Netflix series.
Ooh.
And with that, I got to get rid of Andre. I do that.
So yeah, that says something about.
I
like,
got to
how
do
bad
something
the
to save the
stuff
brand, even from yourself. Don't pay any attention to what the man is saying. Just move along.
The
Nothing to
man has
see here.
not recovered from the stream yesterday.
Nothing to see here but koalas in the rain. I'm
Well,
sorry,
I
I
guess
had to
that
do
movie is not very popular, but really, no, like, but Netflix really screwed up. They really did. They messed it up so bad that I'm in shock. Like, and let's see, Kay even says Netflix screwed up Lost in Space.
Yeah,
I would have cast Carlton Copley as Dr. Smith. Instead, they bent him, and not in a very good manner, I might add.
Yeah,
And that
I
was the
heard.
least of
I heard
problems.
bad things. Yeah, I didn't even bother checking it out at all.
Same.
Neither did I. I want to keep my rerun memories of the
That's
original
right.
Lost in Space.
Yeah,
No shit.
absolutely.
Yeah. Basically, I will say this though before we go. I am good at my job. We got Andrew Hawkins coming on Monday to help talk about I'm a man of my word.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
So we'll talk about
Right.
Search of Tomorrow on Monday. So there we go. And with that, I think we got some koalas in the rain for the kids.
Well, actually,
Or is there
yes,
something else?
let's do that now. I was just thinking that we had like requests for that for the new trailer, and I have it now.
Yes,
Oh.
you do. Yeah, if you want to show it, let's show it.
Yeah, sure. Just give me 1 second here. Just one little second before we run the trailer. I am going to go and update the description of this video with a link because this, of course, is a new in development thing from them, which is currently seeking funding. So if anyone is blown away by this trailer, you can right now go into the description where you will find our affiliate link. So if you use that one, then they know that we sent you. And with that, let's see, just give me 1 second here. I'm going to just find the video. And we're going to roll the trailer. Let's see, video file, come on. Yeah, here we go. Oh.
Well, I was trying.
1980 science fiction has all of those elements that make greatness in cinema and storytelling.
Peter
Buckaroo, what's up?
It's an amazing period of sci-fi.
Clancy.
Wow.
Sci-fi movies that you began to take
Kurtwood.
seriously.
The characters were stunning, so you can relate to it.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Very entertaining and frequently very touching.
Walter.
It was a fantastic experience, and I had a gasp.
She looks
I
pretty good
loved
for her
looking up into the stars and imagining what's up there.
Time travel,
Oh,
multiple
Dick
versions of
Brandon.
yourself. A lot of those movies are really awesome.
Alex.
Sometimes sci-fi does reflect what's going on in society.
Running Man preempted reality TV.
Jesse.
This little movie predicted the world that we're living in right
Love
now.
that.
Like Kirk can talk to somebody on their watch or their little phone. We thought, oh, that'll never happen.
Oh my God.
Beat me up.
You look
I
like
just
Santa Claus.
loved that stuff growing up.
Oh, right. He aged it all. Holy shit.
I like it if there's a bit of a human element.
No matter where you go,
There it does.
You go through so many different emotions.
Can you say E.T.?
Jeff Bridges. He is Starman.
Yes, that was me in Galaxy of Terror.
Wow.
Cleveland was just amazing.
More human than human is our motto.
Road Warrior today is more relevant than when we shot it.
Good old Vernon.
When anybody says which is the best Superman, they say 2.
That's right.
Dune, Universal thought this thing's going to be huge.
Terminator Jim had a certain vision.
I'll be back. In Predator, I was the ultimate tough guy.
Ain't got time to bleed.
Wow.
Oh, wow, that was perfect timing.
Wow.
Vasquez, she was a soldier. She had nothing to lose.
Sigourney just took care of me on set.
Get away from her, you bitch!
RoboCop 1 is a one-off.
Your move, creep.
Paul Verhoeven made us care.
The costume is not like this. The costume is like this.
Laser guns, lightsabers.
Star Wars set the bar. The aliens, the world building.
The Last Starfighter, groundbreaking CGI.
Unbelievable. These guys are geniuses, you know.
It's overdrive.
Wow.
Gordon's alive.
Shall we play a game?
You find her! That's what he does!
S.D. Bliskin.
Call me Snake.
Oh, Back to the Future!
Great Scott.
They're kind of cheesy. It still was like this wonderful cheese in a way.
So many amazing sci-fi movies in a single decade.
We felt so creative and we were so loose.
There will never be another time like it, ever.
I didn't know they got Paul. You didn't tell me that.
You've got to look at it and be proud of it.
Can't we go back to what I grew up with, which is the beauty of sci-fi and imagination?
My God, it's full of stars.
Shane, you shouldn't be saying that shit after your last movie, though. They got Godzilla 85 in there and stuff, too.
That's the magic of sci-fi, man.
Oh, I love it.
Wow.
That looks awesome.
That looks fucking great.
That looks amazing.
So I'm assuming we got our link for that, right, Andre?
Yes, we do. So this then, to anyone in doubt, this is... I'm just going to turn the volume of this thing here down. If my mouse will... Yeah. This then is the preview for the 4-hour-long documentary In Search of Tomorrow.
Yeah, so for those
you can only get it by pre-ordering, and the best way to pre-ordering that is in our affiliate link that is now in the description, alongside of course the links to Lucifer Storm, also to his Indiegogo for Lady Satan, which you also need to check out, and the link to Lorena Krill will go there as well, but also then the link for 80s or In Search of Tomorrow. So this then is, as you can see, the definitive documentary with who's who of 80s sci-fi movies. It will never be on Netflix. It will never be on HBO Max. You can only get it physically through this link right here. And there you can show different levels of support. Like at the most basic level, you simply get the Blu-ray. But you can also get like producer credits, have your name in the credits, get posters, all of that. So just head on over to that Indiegogo link below so they know that we sent you. And in full disclosure, you do get a kickback because we have a working relationship with them. And Tom, as you said, on Monday, Andrew Hawkins, the producer of this documentary, will be joining us for Midnight's Edge in the morning.
Nice.
Awesome.
So yeah, good times. And with that, I'm just going to go and double check. Oh yeah, Stephen Alton says, now that brought a smile to my face. Yes, indeed. And TO786 says, 4 hours ago. That's like the horror documentary you shared a while back. Yeah, this is from the same people. It's the same amazing group of people that have made this one as well. They really know what they're doing. So yeah, and Flapface says 4 hours the new normal. Well, it certainly is for that. And when you look at the length of this stream,
yes,
it's kind of like looking like that. We're rapidly getting to that point ourselves.
Yeah, at first it looked like it was going to be a shorter one, but then we managed to make that 4 hour mark.
Yeah, I have long given up like saying things. I think we can do short. I think we'll be able to make 90 minutes. We can never do 90
No,
minutes.
from now on you need to go, this show is not going to be any less than 6 hours, god damn it. And then
So yeah, I'm just gonna do the last check, see that we didn't miss any super chats, because we really don't want to do right that. Let's see. Sent us a diamond super sticker. And with that, we are fully caught up, unless one came the last 3 seconds.
Nope, that was the newest one.
Yeah, perfect. Then we are fully caught up. So with that, I would like to say thank you to Lucifer Storm for joining us today, and for sharing well, both your presence and also your amazing work in Lady Satan. Again, everyone check that out in the description. And also Lorena Criol, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Oh, thank you. Likewise.
Yeah, and the People's Poet wonders for 50 Swedish krona. Tusen tack, söta bror. And I do love that badge, like that People's Poet. That's a wonderful Young Ones reference right there.
Wow.
Will Andre make a similar 4-hour documentary on Conan? Not in one go, but if you compile up all of the editorials that are planned for all the Conan movies, including Red Sonja and Solomon Kane, it's gonna be close to 4 hours in the end. So just brace yourself, Tom.
But I will say this on that note: when it comes to Conan, always stay tuned to Midnight's Edge, because we always have something on the horizon.
We do.
So stay tuned. We've got some more interesting stuff on the way. So there you go. And with that, I think we will bid you all a fair adieu and say take care of yourself and each other, and stay out of the rain.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given, koalas.